Alright, hey everybody. What is up? Oh, I forgot to do something. Hang on. I forgot to... There we go. Everything's fine. I've got everything under control. Alright. Let's get us logged in. Oh, right, I'm on the wrong job on my alt right now. I was taking screenshots for thumbnails for upcoming streams. And I think I'm gonna try something a little different with the patch quest thumbnails. And use screenshots from like cutscenes and stuff. Take advantage of the fact that I have another character that's caught up with the game and get some really good stuff in for stuff. I'm good at words. Can you tell I've been streaming for 8 years and am a writer? Almost 8 years. Oh god, it's been almost 8 years. Anyway. First things first, switch over to the game. Okay. Quick. What should I do first? Should I do caster or should I do healer? Oh, I know what I should do first. I should put something in. That's kind of important. Sorry about it. Everything's fine. I have everything under control. All right. No, we're good now. You know, I guess both the caster and the healer ones are pretty good. Let's start with caster. Magic DPS, whatever you want to call them. Alright, so, summoner. And I just ran the wrong direction if I wanted to go unlock these quests. Alright. So, Suhi. I'm assuming is how you pronounce your name. Suhi seeks an adventurer with a penchant for the magical. Hey, that's me! Oh, hello. Did Brooke Gavud send you to help recover our stolen treasure? Yaha? Thank the heavens. And judging by your accoutrement, you're learned in the arcane arts, yes? If so, we've need of your power and wisdom. Accoutrements, whatever. Truth be told, it is wisdom that we require most. You see, even though the treasure has been guarded by our people for generations, we know little of its true nature. In ages past, the forests of our homeland were plagued with terrible beasts, a constant source of fear and danger. To combat this menace, our mages spent many moons researching the treasure, known as the Perch of the Apex. Upon unlocking its secrets, they were able to drive the monsters from the woods, bringing peace at last. With the threat all but eradicated, our forebears forbade any further use of the treasure and enshrined it within the village. As the years passed, we slowly forgot what it was to live in fear. Yet as our struggles faded into memory, stories surrounding the Perch of the Apex became legend, then myth. Now, none living are certain of its true power. Yet the peace was shattered by a member of the Passage of the Unbound. The villain wheedled his way into our trust, then stole upon my husband, the treasure's appointed guardian, catching him unaware with a terrible blow that left him unconscious. He has yet to awaken, so my daughter Tepike has set forth to retrieve what was stolen. Unlike her father, she has no skill in the arcane arts, and chose the path of the sword. That's why I've been seeking someone with the knowledge she lacks, should the ancient power be unleashed. Did you guys not have anyone else who could, like, why does it feel like so many of these are, yeah, we had a mismatch between who we sent and who was actually qualified to go. Please help us. That's why I've been seeking someone with the knowledge she lacks, should the ancient power be unleashed. Please, if you can find it in your heart to help Tepike, I would be forever grateful. Consider it done. You know, assuming you're gonna pay me. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Now, our only clue to the thief's whereabouts is from something he mentioned during his stay in our village. He spoke of his desire to bring change to a place called Razatan. That is where Tepike decided to begin her search, so she boarded a ferry bound there, by way of Limsa Lominsa, with her trusted sword and shield close at hand. That's how you'll know her. Because she'll be a Mikote with a sword and shield? Ma'am, I don't know if you understand just how little that narrows it down. She agreed to stay in Razatan to gather information until aid arrived. I know nothing of the place, but it's likely she can be found in a marketplace or some such. Please, bring our treasure and my daughter safely home. I'll do my best. But no, seriously, why do these people suck so bad? Tepike said she would spend time getting the lay of Razatan and speaking with its people. You will know her by the distinctive sword and shield she carries. Oh, it's a distinctive sword and shield? How is it distinctive? Please, I need more details than what you guys are giving me. You are not helping me. I need you to help me help you. Okay. Tirali swordswoman. Aha. That's not a distinctive sword and shield. I can get that from a Heaven's Word. I think it's a Heaven's Word. But come on! Oh, are you looking for me? Whatsoever for? Your mother sent me. Shizune? And you say my mother sent you? Yaha? I take it she's already explained the details, such as we know next to nothing of the treasure and its capabilities. We have only the legends passed down through our forebears to go on. They speak of a Taral Vidral of an owl that once terrorized the forests, whose soul is sealed within the perch of the apex. The tales have only become more vague as the mists of time obscure the treasure's origin. Even our village's eldest remembers not but an ominous warning uttered by those who once wielded its magics. The master of the apex shall be showered with good fortune, yet leave only sorrow in their wake. It's clear that despite owing their safety to the apex's power, our forebears viewed it as something to be feared. It must be truly immense. Now, on to the matter of the thief. Even during our brief acquaintance, he made plain his desire to bring change to Razatan. Naturally, I've started my search here, and have been seeking anyone who's expressed dissatisfaction with the status quo. Sure enough, I soon heard stories of a recent arrival, a self-styled savior of Razatan who proclaims that he will lead the city to greatness and calls himself the Justicar, or Justiciar. I can read. He's apparently taken on the burden of personally exterminating the beasts which infest Thavnair's wilds. He made a great show of claiming he alone is equal to the task. While he certainly draws a crowd with his boasting, they only watch with morbid curiosity as he sets off into the jungles alone. I realize this could have nothing to do with our problem, but even the smallest lead must be pursued. I've heard he often gives his speeches at the region's smaller settlements. So, shall we go to see this Justiciar for ourselves? Sure, why not? It's decided. I hear Yedlamad would be a good place to start. Hopefully there we can find our next crumb of a clue. Okay, get Lamad. You're looking for the Justiciar too? One of the soldiers just went after him. Chizune, we're in luck. This boy saw the very man we seek. It seems he gave the same grand speech about saving the people, claiming that danger lurked nearby before venturing forth to combat it alone. Yet the Radiant host could not well stand idle if there truly were beasts afoot, so one of them followed him. All we need to do is pick up their trail. He ran towards the shroud, but you might be able to spot him from Kajaya's footsteps. You can see the whole forest from there. Thanks, you've been very helpful. So, Shizune, let's head there and see what we can see. You got it. Oh, it probably would have been faster to teleport to the Great Work first. Oh well, too late. Okay, of this entire area, I wouldn't call this the best vantage point, but okay. There's kind of a building in a way. In our search, since I've never actually seen the Justiciar, I suggest we find the Radiant host soldier first. They do all wear similar armor after all. Okay. Oh, I see. All right. I see a monkey. Let me zoom out. Anything fun to spot? That's a plant. Oh, footsteps. Hang on, that's cool. Zoom in close enough and we spot footsteps. Anything else? No, just the monkeys? No fun little text to go with the monkeys? Okay. Fresh footprints. Ah, footprints, but whose? There's no way to tell from if they were left by the Radiant host soldier or the Justiciar. Oh, that's not good. Whatever that is, it isn't moving anymore. Could it be one of the fiends the Justiciar is after? I'm gonna see if there's anything else here before I click on the correct option. All right. Is he okay? That must be him. But what happened? We'd better get down there quickly. Is it gonna take us there, or am I gonna have to flap? Ah, cool. It's gonna take us there. Hey, are you okay? Not to worry, Shizune. He's unconscious, but otherwise appears unharmed. And what do we have here? What happened? You tell us. We heard you came here in pursuit of the Justiciar. Do you remember anything? Yes. I eventually found him. He was confronting that fiend that now lies dead. At last, the Justiciar graces Razat-Han. I shall bring unending peace to this beleaguered land. It's just a little mushroom. He's just a little guy. You're brave to follow in my path. Few indeed possess the mettle to even consider the terrors which threaten our home, let alone stand against them. Yet courageous though you may be, you are far too weak to fell a beast so mighty. It's a mushroom. Quit this place with your life while you are at table. It mushroom. It little guy. I am of the Radiant Host. If I ran from such meager prey, I would become a laughingstock. How bold to look death in the eye without flinching. I doubt not your conviction to defend Razat-Han, yet I believe it pales before mine. Oh, Apex, bestow upon me your divine might! Hoo! Hoo! That's a towel. Hoo! 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 Nope, that's not good. Do you not heed my call? I require power more than ever. Is something supposed to happen? Am I yet unworthy? I mean, you did knock a guy out and then steal it. Or mayhap there is a button I must press. This is not what I expected. Stand aside. I'll dispose of this pest. Just give me a moment. It cannot end like this. I won't be made a fool. Come on, you moldy trinket. Work! Transform me into a hero of Razat-Han! He brandished that idol and became wreathed in a mysterious light. Then boulders started falling from the sky. Down they came, one after the other. That's when I must have been struck unconscious. But where did the boulders come from? We're in the middle of the jungle. We aren't near a cliff. I recall only faintly, but I think I heard the man mumbling, quite excitedly, as if he had come upon a sudden realization, or as if he was overtaken by madness. Maybe a little bit of both? It seems he got away unscathed. Either he had an incredible stroke of luck, or whatever he was beseeching to actually answered. Did the boulders come from that? How? Then it's as I suspected. This Justiciar is the selfsame thief who stole the perch of the Apex. Mm-hmm. Seems like it. But no doubt, he's long departed from here. First, I'll escort this fellow back to Yedlamad and keep a close eye on him. Head wounds can have dreadful after effects. Don't I know it? The soldier made his way to Radz-at-Han to make a formal report. And what an odd report it will be. His account seemed to align with legends of the treasure's powers. The wielder escaped unharmed and brought ruin to those around him. Could those falling rocks have been a freak accident? I'm not so sure. You won't believe it! He came back! Who came back? The Justiciar? Yes! Not long after you left. He said he beat up a monster that knocked out a Radiant, and he was laughing his head off. Did he really do that? Is he really stronger than the Radiant? Not really. Whatever he did, the monster was slain, I suppose. Well, my mate can't stop talking about him. He wants to be just like the Justiciar. His mom and dad weren't happy about that, though. I'd advise you and your friend to look for a different role model. But we thank you for telling us what happened. Well, there is one less fiend skulking about, I suppose. He may have been simply testing the treasure's capabilities, and as far as we know, he's yet to use its power to evil ends. I mean, that mushroom seemed to just be a local wildlife that was minding its own business. So, I don't know. I find his motivations a mystery. To steal the perch of the apex by force, only to come here to Thavnir and use it for... good? It makes no sense. You've heard tell of this passage of the Unbound, yes? Many have ventured to Tuliolo, claiming to be their victims. Yet here they would be saviors? If he had such noble goals, then why did he stoop to such devious deception? What could he be plotting? Maybe he's trying to, discredit the Radiant Host, like What's-Her-Face from the tank quests? But that's neither here nor there. He stole from my people, and that misdeed can't be forgiven. The perch of the apex helped us win peace. By its might, our forebears built the foundation of the lives we now lead. Until recently, it stood silent, a symbol of our pride as a people. It reminded us that we carved out a home within that inhospitable wilderness. Being trusted with its protection is a great honor. I was so proud of my father when the elders chose him. So proud to be his daughter. Yet since the day it was stolen, some of the other villagers made their disdain towards him only too clear. I couldn't bear it. That's why I must get it back, to restore my village's pride and my father's reputation. There's still so much we don't know about the Justiciar, but we have to assume he's learned to wield the Apex's power. I can't say whether those falling rocks have anything to do with it, but I won't discount it, or count it outright. I'll continue looking into his whereabouts. While we still have so many questions, with both of us working together, we'll find answers soon enough. Yeah. Tepike wears a troubled expression. Ah, Shizune! I'm afraid there have been some developments that are less than encouraging. News of the Justiciar's actions have spread throughout the city, and with each retelling, his deeds become more valorous. The younger citizens, in particular, seem to view him as something of an idol. That's not good. Despite the creatures he hunts posing no real danger, he would paint them as mighty beasts in need of felling. Of course, the Radiant Host are far too busy to trouble themselves pulling every pest that casts a sideways glance at the city's gates. Yet the Justiciar has twisted circumstances to his advantage. He proclaims to anyone who will listen that the Radiant Host shrink with terror before these beasts, and that he's the only one who can eradicate them. Though you might expect such claims to be dismissed as wild ramblings, It seems no few people have fallen for his ploy. The whispers of his exploits among the youth have practically grown into a clamor. Yet we mustn't be discouraged, for his increasing fame only makes it easier for us to sniff out his trail. And where better to start than Razatan? I'll see you there, Shizune. Right. What? Here we go. Okay. Given how large the city is, let's split up to cover more ground. I already have a destination in mind, the High Crucible. I hear the alchemists there can concoct all manner of tinctures and powders, including those which help in detecting traces of energies left behind by magics and enchanted tools. Fallen rocks have invariably marked locations where the Justiciar has performed one of his feats, and I believe an alchemical mixture can help us determine if their presence is the work of the treasure. I'm hardly an expert in such concoctions, though, so I'll seek advice at the High Crucible. While I'm doing that, I would ask that you go to the Hall of the Radiant Host and see if they have any new information on the Justiciar's whereabouts. Does that plan sound agreeable to you? Sure. Great. Now that we both have our tasks, let's get to them. I'll meet you back here once my business is done. Wait for it, wait for it. Hi guys, remember me? Close personal friend of your Sawchuk? Oh, the Voidsen. And the other guy. Hi. Honestly, I was expecting more people here. I'm tired of hearing about this Justiciar. His popularity among the city's younglings is quickly becoming a cause for concern. Try as we might to refute his claims that the Radiant Host are allowing monstrous beasts to run amok unchecked. You know how young minds are. Impressionable, and difficult to change once set. We initially disregarded him as a boastful eccentric, but his alarming sway over the populace can no longer be ignored. We are at present considering whether to open a formal investigation into his activities. You and this ally of yours have done well in your search thus far. You even have a working theory about the falling stones. Quite impressive. Several of our number have encountered him during their patrols, only to lose sight of him under a hail of rocks. Such incidents have become all too frequent, and many in our ranks demand we act. For now, I'm afraid this is all the help I can offer. Please share what I've told you with your companion, and together we may yet unmask the Justiciar. Right. Where am I meeting her? Wait, where am I meeting? Oh, there she is. Oh, wrong way. I just realized something. Is that? No. I thought maybe from a distance she almost looked like a character from Arc Knights, which would have been neat, but no. It's heartening to know that the Radiant Hosts are taking this seriously. Thank you for speaking with them, Shizune. I have good tidings as well. I explained the situation to the alchemists, and they provided a powder that should help detect traces of magic in the surrounding environment. I say help because the powder reacts only faintly on its own. To function properly, it requires the skill of one practiced in the arcane arts. Luckily, I have you. Yep. I've committed the locations of all sightings of the Justiciar to memory, and the closest to us is at the Perfumed Rise. Let's hope this powder works as intended. Hey. perfumed rise. So, great work. All right. This is the closest location to that, or to Radzat Han? That's actually pretty far and really close to a settlement. Conspicuously close, you might say. The Justiciar was sighted near here. The Justiciar was sighted near here, and I didn't see any other conspicuous stones around, so I sprinkled the powder over this one. Now, concentrate your focus, or inner eye, or whatever it is that's the locus of your power, and see if you can't detect any unnatural forces. Channel my ether. Got it. Yep, it's glowing all right. So, were you able to detect anything? Mm-hmm. I knew you could do it. So because there were no, or there are no crystals in the rock, the energy you detected must be the remnants of some kind of spell, is that right? In taking the story of the Radiant Host we rescued previously into account, we can conclude that the Justiciar uses the treasure to call those stones down from the sky. Looks like it. At least we now have an inkling of its true nature. Even so, not every question has been answered. The Radiant told us that even as the Justiciar stood before the creature, he seemed to have trouble calling forth the Apex's power at first. My father once said that the perch of the Apex is much like the wand he used to weave his magics. Of course, the main difference between them is the unique nature of the essence stored within the treasure. I know little of such arcane instruments, but you must be quite familiar with them. How do you use yours? I draw squiggles in my book, and magic happens. I channel ether into it. I see. Even with the right instrument, spellcasting requires the use of specific techniques. The Justiciar seems to lack any such expertise, so how did he tap into the treasure's power? I suppose the perch of the Apex possesses some unique method of activation. When I spoke to the representatives of the other tribes about their treasures, no one mentioned special techniques being required. Not that the relics should have much in common to begin with. I mean, I would think they'd have a certain amount in common, since they're all relics holding, like, basically just objects holding the power of Toral Vitral. You two! I'm afraid not. What happened? Wait, I recognize you both. The hero of the final days and our recent visitor from Toral. Apologies for the imposition, but may I beg your assistance? It's all that Justiciar's fault. The girl said she was off to join that fool's crusade, and ran out of Yedlamat before anyone could stop her. Her mother begged us to find her, but if she's following the Justiciar, she could be anywhere. You see, he's been sighted at locations scattered all over Thavner. We can't stand here looking at rocks while a girl is in danger, especially if the Justiciar is involved. We have to help. That'd be much appreciated. We're searching places where the Justiciar has been spotted before, so perhaps you could start where he hasn't been seen. Good idea. As far as I know, he hasn't been sighted at the northern shores. Come on, Shizune. Where he hasn't been seen could literally mean anywhere, though. Oh, hang on. Let me... I'll start my search right away. Pray hurry to the northern shores. I only hope we can find the girl soon. So when you say girl, do you just mean somebody who is a female, or do you mean, like, actual child? Sometimes this game isn't always clear. I don't see her anywhere. I hope she's safe. Me too. Hey, the way these guys are sitting here looks suspicious. That doesn't... I mean, there's also no other enemies around here. But that doesn't look like the way mobs move. Yep. Called it. Ah, actual literal child. Okay. Well, I've never actually had the opportunity to use this guy. Incredible. I do wish there was some actual lore behind him, but... Thanks, Solar Bahamut. Hey, are you okay? Oh, sweetie, you're way too young to be running off to join some heroic crusade. You are a baby. I heard fighting, so I came as fast as I could. It's a good thing you arrived in time to save the girl. Thank you, miss. Thank you. I'm glad you're safe, but your mother must be worried sick. You shouldn't wander off like that, especially not to look for a trickster like the Justiciar. What? You mean he's a bad man? Yes, exactly. He stole an important treasure from my village, and now he's using it to make himself look brave. But he needs it to kill the monsters, to protect us. That's no excuse for stealing. He might have fooled you younglings, but the Radiant hosts know what he's up to. But he said he'd save us from the monsters. He's our hero. But you didn't need saving from them to begin with. The Radiant host said we shouldn't be scared. But we all know the Justiciar is the one who keeps us safe. We don't need the Radiant anymore. No hero can save the world alone. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say bad things about the Radiant. They protected everyone in the final days. I guess I forgot how much they care about us. I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that after all you've been through. You said the Justiciar is a thief and a trickster, but I hope it's not true. He's my hero. Sorry, sweetie. Well, I'd best escort her back to Yedlamad. I'll meet you there later, Shizune. Make me your hero instead. You know, I've saved the world 3 times now. I'm the hero of the final days. Savior of Ishgard, liberator of Doma and Alamigo. The warrior of light and darkness. And, of course, stealer of pants. Can't forget that. Most important. The girl and her mother are reunited, and I think we can both give ourselves a pat on the back. They're on their way now to inform the Radiant host that all is well. I would like to apologize for before. I let my emotions get the better of me, and harangued that poor girl when she was hardly to blame for anything. I really should have been more... I really should have been scolding myself. Shizune, there's something I neglected to tell you before. The man who now calls himself the Justiciar came to us in the guise of a worldly merchant. He was eager to ask about the Perch of the Apex and its history, and I was equally eager to tell him, not even considering what he might do with the information. I'm so proud of my father for being appointed as its guardian. I suppose I was trying to impress the stranger out of sheer vanity. That vanity led to my father being attacked, and the treasure being stolen from under our noses. I have no choice but to make amends for my mistake and bring it back. Yet some are convinced that the Justiciar acts only to serve the greater good. I couldn't accept that he might not be as rotten as I thought, and I lashed out at the wrong person. From now on, I can't let my emotions cloud my judgment. I must remain calm and look at the facts for what they are. And the facts say that the Justiciar has done no harm to the people of Thavner. Yeah, I mean, he's undermining the Radiant host and making people doubt their ability to protect them. I'd say that's pretty harmful. Even so, also, his using of falling rocks to attack monsters that may not even be a threat in the first place is putting other people in danger. Even so, the organization he serves, the Passage of the Unbound, is evil to its very core. If his actions at my village are not villainy, I don't know what is. The situation is fraught with contradictions. I still don't know what to think. What about you, Shizune? Even if he yeah, exactly this. Even if he hasn't attacked anyone, his actions are stirring unrest. I agree. He speaks of justice and heroism with great bluster, yet there's something we're missing. Thank you, Shizune, for your wise words. I sometimes find it difficult to keep my heart from skewing my perspective. So I'm grateful that you're here to help me see clearly. So, it seems our objective is unchanged. We track down the man who stole my people's sacred treasure. Whatever his intentions may be, unraveling them comes secondary to finding the man himself. I'll continue to pour my every effort into the search, so stop by from time to time, and I may have something new to share with you. Tepike is eager to share new developments in the search for the Justiciar. Shizune, I hope you've been well. Since last we spoke, the Justiciar has been busy felling fiends all across Thavner, leaving a trail of witnesses behind in his wake. More than a few have reported seeing stones falling from the sky, which all but confirms our theory that the treasure is causing the phenomenon. The stories share one more peculiar commonality. It seems the pests he hunts have all been of the seedkin variety. Why he avoids beasts of flesh and blood is yet a mystery. It bears mentioning that each of these eyewitnesses accounts came from people who were rescued by the Justiciar, who invariably appears just as these creatures attack. In fact, the Justiciar has been there to save the day in every single instance of seedkin-related mischief. Awfully suspicious, if you ask me. And I'm not the only one who thinks so. Some among the Radiant hosts have suggested that the Justiciar is planning these assaults somehow, so he alone can reap the glory from thwarting them. I agree, and I think this should be our next avenue of investigation. Many of these incidents occurred near the Giant's Gulf grounds, so we should start our search there. If we can find one of these monstrous plants before it finds hapless prey, we may be able to shed light upon the Justiciar's methods. Time is of the essence, so let's leave at once. Alright. Wait. Giant Skull grounds, we're teleporting. Okay. Man, of course the weather doesn't cooperate while I'm trying to, like, have a nice little stream. This place is so pretty when it's sunny. Any moving bushes? Slithering vines? Not here in any case. Chizune, I'll search the western path. Why don't you search east? If you see something, don't strike to kill. Weaken it, then capture it with this rope. We'll learn much more if it were from a live specimen. If you see any moving things sprouting leaves, flowers or the like, capture it with the rope and bring it here. Okay. Where, oh where? Aha, there. Oh, it's just a little guy! I hope I can manage to not accidentally kill it. That's probably enough. Oh, this is one of those. Okay, fair enough. I wish they were more clear about which ones are, don't worry, you can't accidentally kill it, and hey, be careful how low you get its HP, because it might die. And then you'll have to fight the thing all over again. I see plenty of fauna roaming about, but the flora all seems to be of the rooted to the ground variety. Perhaps my hunch was incorrect. I found one. Not even an Aurochs could break free from the knots binding this Morble seedling. Ah, so the Warrior of Light has become an expert in tying knots, has she? Interesting, interesting. You found one! In fact, this is exactly as an eyewitness described. Why don't you keep it for the time being? Bring it to the Great Work, and I'll ask my acquaintance there to examine it with all haste. I mean, I also have acquaintances at the Great Work. They could have incorporated Nadana into these quests. What a missed opportunity. I really wish that they had had characters who were actually from these zones be involved with the story. Because we could have... They could have had Nadana be involved. She's right there! Hi, Nadana. Though the mission is complete, there's still so much I wish to learn of the Void. Naturally, though I seek out, or I thought to seek out Ashdaya, then I remembered how, when speaking with Y'shtola of the First, my enthusiasm carried us well into the early hours of the morning. I hope not to make that same mistake again. I mean, to be fair, Y'shtola is probably partially to blame for that. This alchemist and I spoke briefly the last time I was here. Give her the little seedkin you caught, and we'll see what she makes of it. Mr. Tapike told me what to expect. Well then, let's see the thing. Not even oh, I already read it. Okay. Here you go! Oh, I didn't expect it to be so diminutive. If Mistress Tapike's intuition is correct, then I expect some interesting discoveries are in store. You've brought me quite the fascinating specimen indeed. I can say for certain that this creature's growth isn't natural in the slightest. Biologically, it's still but a sapling, as you can tell by its size. Yet it is the result of a specific alchemical mixture which is used to spur the growth of seeds and mycelium to an unnatural degree. The agents have a side effect of making the creatures more aggressive, which explains why such a small specimen would so boldly attack beings larger than itself. Yet the solution requires ingredients most rare, and the cost of procuring enough to synthesize it would be beyond the means of most. So whoever is behind this, they are likely well heeled. As for the creatures themselves, if they were all grown artificially, perhaps that explains why most of the incidents involved small seedkin. Rather than wait for them to mature naturally, the Justiciar must have accelerated their growth so that he could deploy huge numbers over a short span of time. Whoop! Hang on, my headset just died. I thought I charged you! Oops. There we go. In fact, his plan likely requires they be small, weak foes in order to guarantee his victory. After all, the great Justiciar can hardly be expected to bear the blemish of a defeat. With these new details brought to light, it's almost certain he's staging these attacks on the common folk. Now we have a new perspective to guide our search. Perhaps you should return to Yedlamad. I fear the Justiciar is the talk of the village, and they doubtless have stories to share. A splendid idea. Thank you. Your findings have brought us a step closer to unmasking that villain. Let's hurry to Yedlamad. The more accounts we have of the Justiciar, the better our chances of predicting his next move. Right. Alright. Let's see if we can finish this quest before the ad break. Rest assured, the Radiant Host are well aware of the Justiciar. Every day, we receive more reports of him combating beasts in the surrounding wilderness. These encounters are never on well-traveled roads, it seems. They occur in remote regions that we scarcely patrol, along routes that are only used by a small number of merchants and porters. We've concluded that the Justiciar either has uncommon knowledge of the behavioral patterns of these creatures, or that he keeps close company with a merchant who travels those obscure paths. Whatever the man's true motives may be, it's clear he has uncommon knowledge of the region and its wildlife. The question is, how exactly would he come to know such things? Oh, you're hungry to learn more of the Justiciar? He's amazing. I was lucky enough to catch a glimpse of him on the road leading here, facing down a fearsome creature. I don't know how he did it, but he called down rocks from the sky to knock that thing flat. The Radiant host were away on patrol, so if he hadn't come to our rescue, that brute would have marched right into our homes. He shouted that he was the savior Raza Han, and even waved at me. Oh, he looked so impressive with the sun shining behind him. Impressive, like maybe it was staged? Eh? Don't tell me you've come chasing that half-baked savior. The younglings might be taken in by his honeyed words, but anyone with experience can see that he's nothing but a charlatan. And I have a story to prove it. A merchant I know took a tumble as he was transporting his goods. Not long after comes the justiciar, looking chivalrous as you please in his shining armor. But did he offer a helping hand? No. He ran off with nearly a glance backwards. He may go on about slaying beasts, but a real hero would never ignore someone in need, even if they were just suffering from scraped knees and a bruised ego. Interesting, interesting. Oh, hello. Who are you? Anyway, we know that the ad is coming up, so I think I'm actually gonna step away for a few minutes, and we'll continue after the ad break, because I don't want to get stuck in the middle of a cutscene when the ads start. Because I think I'm out of snoozes, so I have to be more careful tonight compared to yesterday. Anyway, I will see you guys on the other side of the ad break. Everybody go potty, go get food, go get drinks, hug your pets, you know the drill, and I'll see you guys on the other side of the ad break. Alright, we're back. Now, what is going on? Chizune, do you have a moment? I'm having a little trouble here. I sought this merchant out because I was told he dealt with the alchemists in the Great Work. I thought he might know something about the Justiciar, but when I asked, well, he's been like this ever since. Apologies, I was just surprised that you would ask me about that madman. What connection could he possibly have with me? The fiends he fights are grown with rare alchemical materials, and we think he may be staging these encounters. Since you deal in such wares, I wondered if you might know how he came into their possession. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never spoken to that man. I very much doubt that. Perhaps he'll be more receptive to questioning from you, Shizune. Sure! What kind of questioning you looking for? He seems to have an intimate knowledge of trade routes and alchemy. Who taught him, I wonder? Spit it out. You're working with him. You dare accuse me? Why, how am I to know that you aren't the one in league with Virazan? Vera Hill? Virazan, you said. Who is that, may I ask? Huh? What? Did I? No, that's my name. Start talking. I'd be a fool to continue this charade any longer. My son, Virazan, is the one you know as the Justiciar. To be suddenly confronted with his litany of misdeeds, I quite lost my composure. You're his father? Then, do you know how he came into possession of such rare materials and knowledge? Aye, he stole them from me. My most valuable materials and my most precious maps. Yet I was the one who chose to hide that fact, and I bear the blame for the consequences. What can you tell us about him as a person? Virazan was obsessed with the tales of legendary heroes, even from a young age. I paid a great deal of money to have him tutored in the art of the bow. He became quite skilled at it, in fact, but not quite as skilled as his arrogance led him to believe. Due to this, and perhaps a lack of ambition, he never aspired to true greatness. Instead, he came to rely on fanciful equipment and exotic potions, rather than honing what skill he had. It pained me to see him fall into dissoluteness, but he brook no counsel. So, several years ago, I gave him enough coin to support his lavish lifestyle and told him never to speak with me again. He didn't, until but recently, when he darkened my doorstep once more. And that was when he stole your goods? Aye, although I would have willingly given them if he had but asked. He was rambling almost incoherently, saying that his heroic deeds as the Justiciar had caught the eye of someone named Apyahi, leader of the Passage of the Unbound, whoever they are. He claimed that under the guidance of his newfound allies, he had obtained a great power. Power enough to eclipse all heroes who have come before and shall come after, as he put it. It seems he gives what money he still has to these people. To think that that for all his fanciful words, he has only deigned to grasp at hollow glory, all at the expense of Ratzat Han. No greater shame as a father. I mean, maybe you could have raised him better. Given what we know of this shadowy group, they must most likely aim to sow discontent through Virazan's deeds. He may be so blinded by his own desire for adoration that he can't see whose hands are pulling his strings. Sounds like it. You're saying that he's being used? If that's true, then I can no longer remain silent, despite what shame it may bring. I see now that sharing my story might be the only way to save my son. Indeed, I suggest you tell the Radiant Host at once. Of course, we'll be poring over every effort are pouring our every effort into stopping him. Thank you for giving me direction. I didn't imagine our meeting would end this way. Truth be told, I'm not entirely unsympathetic towards Virazon. I basked in my father's reflected glory, while having none of my own to speak of. The glory Virazon seeks is similarly false. Yeah, but you didn't get people hurt. Like, you didn't... I know you blame yourself for what happened to your dad, but, like, dude probably would have attacked your dad even if you hadn't said anything, so... I'm gonna say it again. You didn't get people hurt because of it. I, too, shall visit the Radiant Host and have them spread word of the Justicier's true nature. If the people are wise to his trickery, they will be far more likely to aid us. They'll soon learn that a legend built on lies was no match for true heroism. Also, your response to your dad getting hurt and the artifact getting stolen was, well, time to make amends by taking responsibility for my actions. This guy's a rich boy with delusions of grandeur. Tapike appears pleased with the blow dealt to the Justicier's credibility. Greetings, Shizune. Virazon's father has been as good as his word, and has confessed the truth of his son's actions to whomever will listen. Even among the younglings, far fewer sing the Justicier's praises. The tide is turning in our favor at last, and the Radiant Host are making ready to tighten the net. Speaking of which, they had curious news to share. They've been examining the stones left behind by the Justiciar, and noticed a pattern. They were all varieties of rock commonly found near the site of each encounter. For instance, near the Giant Skull grounds, the Justiciar seems to have called down a hail of what else but Giant Skull. I have my own theories about what this means, but I'd like to hear your thoughts, Shizune. It's safe to say the artifact doesn't create rocks from nothing. Literally what I've been saying this whole time. Indeed, the perch of the apex likely lifts whatever stones are nearby and brings them crashing down to Earth. If our suspicions are correct, we're one step closer to unraveling its mysteries. But despite these favorable developments, the Justicier's popularity remains a problem. Even with the recent blow to his credibility, his most ardent followers still idolize him. In fact, I hear he's handing letters to the youth of Razat Han, though their contents are a closely guarded secret. All the more reason to investigate, don't you think? Once we get to Razat Han, if I question people around the marketplace, could you cover the city's western quarter? That's where his younger followers tend to gather. After we've collected enough information, let's meet to share our findings. See you again in Razat Han, Shizune. Okay, to Razat Han we go. No, yeah, so this is a place where I happen to know a lot of actual literal children hang out. Although, okay, that looks more like a teenager. Yeah, that's more a teenager than tiny child. Okay. The Justiciar gave me that invitation himself, only for some thief to snatch it right out of my hand. Huh? You believe in the Justiciar too? Well, I didn't have a chance to read the whole letter before it was stolen, but he's gathering his most devoted for a special audience. The bastard who stole my invitation is clearly up to no good. He even muttered something about getting revenge. But who could hate someone so noble? The letter was stolen before I could read it all, but it looks like the Justiciar's... okay. He's just repeating the same thing. We have a sulking youth, a surly youth. Oh, you're the one who's always following that Tapike around. I heard she's spreading rumors about the city's savior. I'm the city's savior! I won't let her harm his reputation any more than she already has, so I have nothing to say to her lapdog. Ask me again, and the answer will be the same. Now get out of my sight. Okay, you're definitely too young for him to be targeting. What the fuck? Yeah, I know about the letters. Me and my friends didn't get one, though. The grown-ups get angry if we talk about the Justiciar. But guess what? I heard Zashal talking about him over by Marid's Mihane. He had a big grin on his face, too. Does that mean the Justiciar isn't a bad man like the grown-ups say? No, he absolutely is. The most useful clue points to the merchant, Zashal, having some connection to Varshan. Or Virazon. Not Varshan. I'm the one with a connection to Varshan. Me! I'm the hero of Radzat-Han! Among many other places. Connection to Virazon. He was last seen near Marid's Mihane. That merchant Zashal seems to like the Justiciar. Not like the other grown-ups. If you're looking for him, he might still be in Marid's Mihane. Gee, I wonder if money is involved. Sorry, kiddos, I'm shutting this guy down for your own good. Ahem. It's true what they say. A fool and his skill are soon parted. Ahem. Good thing I'm no fool. Huh? Why, if it isn't one of the heroes of the final days. This isn't about what that map I sold to your companion, is it? Oh, this is that guy. Oh! You'll find it points the way to the vaults of Alzadal III, exactly as described. I may have employed a few, creative methods to entice my customers, but what merchant doesn't? I'm not here about the map. Have you employed any other creative measures lately? You're not? But of course! Why would you be? Well, what can I do for one of our vaunted heroes? You can tell me about Virazon. You're after the Justiciar? Your choice of quarry is unusual, to say the least. But perhaps I can help you along, eh? A young man came asking for a map to open the way to Uznair. I sold him every map I had, assuring him that the one he needed was among them. I suppose he found it, as I hear these letters that were handed out contain a copy of a map. I dare say that young fellow was the Justiciar himself, and he's planning a clandestine meeting in the Uznair canals. Mind you, it appears he has no shortage of enemies. No doubt they'll try to interfere. Thankfully, Radzat-Han isn't known for large-scale criminal organizations, but that hasn't kept the less scrupulous citizens from dirtying their hands when times are desperate. From what I hear, bandits seeking to rob trade caravans keep running into the Justiciar during his fiend-felling exploits, causing their raids to end in failure. Like as not, they'll try to infiltrate his group of followers and settle the score. And that's where my knowledge of the matter ends. If you're wondering where the meeting place is, all I remember is that the spot marked on the copied maps is somewhere in the Shroud of the Samga. So, does that answer your queries? Yeah, I mean, this character hasn't been to Uznair, I don't think. Have I done Uznair on this character? The location is somewhere within the Shroud of the Samga. I can't remember much beyond that, so perhaps you could stop bothering me now. Those were Stormblood maps, right? Yeah. No, I don't think I've done Stormblood maps on this character. Maybe some Shadowbringers. Um, pretty sure we did Endwalker maps on my birthday. But no Stormblood. Those in support of the Justiciar didn't seem surprised when I told them of his misdeeds, but still they were reluctant to betray him. In short, I've had no luck. What about you, Shizune? I might have found something. Your investigation abilities never cease to amaze me. As for this gathering Virazon is planning, I expect it's some scheme to prop up his flagging popularity. Even so, many of his devotees are younglings ill-equipped to make the perilous journey to the meeting place. If they've any sense, rather than attempt to travel there directly, they'll stop at settlements along the way to rest and confirm the route. You said the map led into the Shroud of the Samga, yes? That means Pelika Stand is the closest settlement. I hear many took refuge there during the final days, and it's now a bustling town in its own right. The arrival of more people would hardly raise eyebrows, making it the perfect place to avoid unwanted attention while they make ready. We should head there before they leave on the final leg of their journey. Alright, Pelika Stand. Oh, I see. Nice touch! Having the uninteractable NPCs just like standing around with their letters, maps, whatever. It's a letter. Oh, but these are different types of documents. Are these even the same people, or are they different pages of the same thing? I was right, Shizune. Many of the youths are carrying pieces of parchment. Those must be the letters. Yet it seems my reputation has preceded me. Our suspected followers clearly avoid me whenever I try to approach them. Still, we can use this to our advantage. None of them would dare leave Pelika Stand while there's risk I might follow after. I'll keep watch over their comings and goings, but we'll make sure to leave obvious blind spots. If one of the Justiciar's followers attempts to escape the village, I need you to go after them. Now, find a vantage point that offers a good view while keeping you hidden. Once you've started pursuing our unwitting target, I won't be far behind. What are you doing? If they find out that we're working together, this will all be for nothing. Watch from a hidden vantage point and follow anyone you see trying to leave Pelika Stand. Quietly. I mean, I'm pretty sure they already know that we're working together. Like, that one girl definitely knew who I was. Also, as the savior of Thavnair, hero of the final days, my face is known around here. As a matter of fact, I feel like me saying, yeah, this guy is full of shit, should probably carry more weight with people, because shouldn't they also, like, shouldn't there be people who are like, oh my god, it's Shizune! She's so cool! You're our hero! We want to be just like you! The Justiciar is a bad guy? Well, if you say so, Shizune, then I believe you. Alternatively, there could be people who, like, so admire him that me saying something makes them question how much they respect me. Okay. It's time for him to follow the map, and it's time for me to follow the guy. I'm gonna go up this way and hope that doesn't result in me being too far away from him. Which way are you going, buddy? I'm gonna go ahead and hide here. Nope, nobody's here. Feel free to keep walking. Wait, how did he see me? What the fuck? Excuse me? I call bullshit. I was not in his line of sight. Okay, let's try this again. I'm mad. Yeah, I know. I'm hiding in the building until I feel confident. Okay, what if I hide here? Surely you won't be able to see me from down here. Man, for a jungle, there aren't a lot of good places for me to hide here. Oh, I see. He's claiming he made it. So, oh. Yeah, you don't see me. See? Rock between us. That's right. Oh, I see. Yeah, I did it. This time without the game cheating. The portal should be nearby, and then I'll finally meet him. Meet who? What? You're the hero who saved us in the final days. What are you doing here? I am here to meet the Justiciar. So you're working alongside that woman I saw at the village? I've heard about the rumors she's spreading, but I had no idea she'd enlisted your aid. Ah, this is what I was talking about before. The Justiciar saved me, you see. I was transporting goods for a local merchant who was too miserly to even hire a proper escort. A ferocious creature ambushed me, but my savior appeared from nowhere and saw off the beast. I owe him my life. He's the one who sicked the monster on you. That's why I came here, to see if there's any truth to the rumors. But now I understand I'm in over my head. I'm going back home. Here, you can have the map. I trust you to take the measure of the Justiciar and to share the truth with us all. Thanks! Apologies for watching from the shadows, but I was afraid my presence might have startled the lad. I was able to hear what he said, though, and his gratitude towards the Justiciar seems genuine. I dare say the other followers feel similarly. Well, now that we have a map of our own, let's open the portal and confront Virazon. Right. Oh. Well, that's not good. What a sight. Did the treasure cause did the treasure cause this? For a second, I thought she meant the treasure in Uznir, and then I remembered, oh, right, he's holding a relic. That is a treasure. Oh my, if it isn't the hero who saved Razat-Han! Nay, the world itself! I never expected someone so vaunted to attend my audience, but I am honored nonetheless. You shouldn't be. Unless you find incurring my ire to be an honor. Enough of your games, Virazan! Stop this madness at once! After giving you such a warm welcome, these are the thanks I get? While 'tis true that I was once known by that name, 'twas merely a guise I wore until I discovered my true self. So long as I am the masked hero of Razat-Han, I shall not suffer any to call me Virazan. Virazan, Virazan, Virazan! But that is your name, isn't it? A hero should take pride in their name. The game is up. We've exposed your true identity. Why don't you drop the act and try being a true hero? A hero should take pride in their name. Twould seem the Justicier's meager alter ego has been brought to light. But will he shrink once more into the shadows of mundane obscurity, or embark on the next chapter of his legend? Very well, my name shall ring throughout Razat-Han. Let it be known that the Justiciar is Virazan, and Virazan is the Justiciar. What are you saying? You unleashed the perch of the apex upon your own follower, or you unleashed the perch of the apex upon your own followers? You know its name? Wait, I remember you. The girl from Shak Taral, yes? Your village's artifact is not discriminating in its wrath. Some among my followers harbored wicked intentions, and it brought sorrow into my enemies. The true heart caught in the aftermath, the true of heart caught in the aftermath were merely unfortunate. But they believed in you, even though you tricked them. What kind of hero are you? Time to throw the book at him! You too would oppose me? I had thought that as fellow saviors, we might find some common ground. Yet it would seem we are destined to walk different paths. I don't have to manufacture the things that I am, the trials and tribulations I overcome. Now, faced with unknown peril, a great fervor rages within me. However, here is not where we shall match wits. No, a more fitting battleground is in order. We will meet again soon. You have my word. Hey, we should check on the injured. Ah, shut up! Yeah! Probably should have kept his helmet on. Hey, are you guys okay? Do you guys need medical attention? So, can you tell us what happened here? He gathered us all around and made a grand speech, claimed he was the hero that would drive back the flood of fiends threatening Thavnair. Then he spoke of his anger at the recent rumors. He told us to go forth and repair his damaged reputation, so that the people would love him again. He became quite impassioned, in fact. As for us two, we were here to teach him a lesson, biding our time until his back was turned. But we couldn't stomach his self-righteous drivel any longer. He acts like he's a god to come grace Thavner, but most people have grown wise to his tricks, including the Radiant hosts. We stepped forward and told him as much, then demanded that he admit he's been pulling the wool over everyone's eyes. That's when he started waving that thing around. We soon learned that the rumors of its power were true, and rocks started falling down around us. Even us true believers were not spared. There was nowhere to run. The Justiciar said such power cannot be fettered, and that sacrifices are unavoidable. And all the while, he was laughing. We pleaded with him for mercy, but that just made him angrier. He flourished the object again, and yet more rocks assailed us. It was horrible. Stones, big and small, raining down endlessly. Until you two appeared, that is. Thank you for telling us what happened. I only wish we could have arrived sooner. Now, just to set this thing straight, it was you two that brandished your weapons first, yes? Well, I won't deny that, but we were only trying to bring the truth of his misdeeds to light. Though we might have had some personal scores to settle on top of that. Before I left Palakistan, I asked the Radiant host here to look out for any returning from the wilderness. I suggest you head there and seek their aid. While you're there, share with them what you told us. And as for the pair of you, don't even think about running away, or you'll have us to deal with. Yeah, wait, why do I feel like I'm being voluntold again? What is this familiar feeling? I am here to deal with the Justiciar and get your people's artifact back. I didn't volunteer to also deal with the other guys. Everyone has returned to the care of the Radiant host. As for those ruffians who meant to attack Virazon, it seems they had a history of violence for which they may soon answer. Several among Virazon's followers were dealt serious wounds, but we can be grateful that none had lost their lives. It's exactly as the old saying describes. The master of the Apex shall be showered with good fortune, yet leave only sorrow in their wake. The part about sorrow certainly seems true, at least. We can but hope that Virazon's spell over the people will be broken at last, when word of what transpired here becomes common knowledge. Let that buoy our spirits as we return to Yedlamad. Yep. How do we still have 2 quests left? Alright. Well, that was certainly an ordeal. Although Virazon got away, we can look back upon what transpired to plan our next course of action. It appears that the treasure takes rocks from the surrounding environment and makes them rain down upon the wielder's surroundings. However, the power seems to be somewhat haphazard. While Virazon himself wasn't struck, the boulders assailed friend and foe alike. Something else has been nagging at me as well. The stones we saw in the canals seemed quite a bit larger than the others. I don't know what to make of it, but I will give it some thought. We still don't know exactly how he controls the Apex's abilities either. We must focus on these mysteries as we continue our investigation. As for Virazon himself, he was just as his father said, wasn't he? His so-called heroism is an empty charade, like a child playing at being a hero from their storybooks. He seems motivated by a vain desire to gain the love of the people, yet he cares nothing for their well-being. He'll learn his lessons soon enough, though. None will sing his praises after word of what happened at Uznare spreads. Even he must know this. I worry that his desperation will drive him to worse misdeeds. If the treasure is used with reckless abandon, it could cause untold harm. I must discuss this with the Radiant Host. Together, we might be able to capture Virazon before he attempts anything drastic. Stand by for now, Shizune. I'll be in touch the moment I have something to share. Right. PK wishes to share the contents of a recent delivery with you. Hang on, let me zoom in. There we go. It seems Virazon has been laying low since our last encounter. I'm sad to say, however, that my investigations have uncovered little. But still, there's cause to celebrate. For I've received a letter from my mother with good tidings. My father has finally awakened after the grievous wound dealt to him by Virazon. He's well enough to travel to Tuliolol, in fact, and may have already arrived. That's good to hear. Of course, I'd love nothing more than to go to him, but I pledged not to return until I had the perch of the Apex in hand. Besides, I'm soon to depart with the Radiant Host to try and sniff out Virazon's whereabouts before he acts out of desperation. That's why I ask that you go in my stead. As the treasure's guardian, no one living is more knowledgeable about its history than he. If you share with him all that's transpired since we began our search, he may be able to join out or point out something that we've missed. I know it's a lot to ask, Shizune, but the safety of Thavner depends on it. And please, give my family my regards. My mother should be able to tell you where in Tuliolol my father is staying. Once you've finished, let us meet in the Aetheryte Plaza in Razat Han to share what we've learned. Okie dokie. My father may know something about the treasure that we've yet to uncover ourselves. Please go to Jibayev T and ask my mother where to find him. Wait, I just realized something. Her mother said that she went to, or that she came to Thavner by way of Radza Han. Well, I guess the experimental aetherite is still experimental, and so she wouldn't have had access to it. So it wouldn't have made sense for her to go to Charlian instead. Never mind. I guess that makes sense. Razat Han. Not Razat Han. Tuliolol. That being said, I hope that's not something that they did for one expansion and then are gonna forget about. There's a lot of stuff in Endwalker, honestly, where I really worry that it's a concept that they introduce and are now going to completely forget about instead of actually doing something with. See also Dynamis. A thing we haven't heard about in an expansion. Also, the fact that Vina allegedly taught us how to control the Echo hasn't come up since. Would have been really cool as like a Warrior of Light level up, showing us using it at will in cutscenes. Oh, if it isn't Shizune, but I don't see Topike with you. Did you come alone? Yeah, I am here to talk to your husband, actually. I'm glad to hear my letter arrived safely, and that Topike seems to be as tenacious as ever in her search. Her father, Netsi, has already arrived here in Tuliolol, but has barely stayed in one place since. He seems desperate to help Topike from a distance in whatever way he can. He told me he was traveling to the Pyayonan plain in search of information he assured me was quite vital. If you wish to speak with him, he'll doubtless be in the area. Okay, that's cool. I wish more of these quests had incorporated stuff in Taral instead of just sending us to Eorzea and having it feel so disconnected from the rest of the expansion. Anyway, that's in Shaloni. and north. Hey, Flame! What's up? Things are going pretty well. Let's get some stretchies in. And hydrated. And check my posture. One quest line away from Shadowbringers. That's exciting. Enjoy peak. Oh, you look like you could use some help. Oh, right. Thanks, Lunar Bahamut. Or not Lunar Bahamut. Shit. Solar Bahamut. Solar Bahamut. Solar Bahamut. Thank you, traveler. I overextended myself. I've but recently recovered from a severe injury and was a fool to confront such a beast alone. So, you're the Shizune I've heard so much about. I owe you many thanks for all you've done to recover the perch of the Apex. News of your progress in Thavner is most heartening. Despite my position as its guardian, I never knew it could rain down stones from the heavens. Since arriving in Tuliolol, I've done what I can to shed light upon upon the Tural Vidral sealed within the treasure. After the nations of Tural were unified, some left our village to build new homes in the city. I've sought them out to see if they know anything of use. Unfortunately, none could offer insight into the treasure's magics, but one of them told me that owls lurked around this place. And since the Tural Vidral sealed within the perch of the Apex was once an owl, it seemed logical to pursue such a quarry. I thought perhaps I could glean something about the ancient beast from their behavior. Like as not, some fundamental aspects remain the same even after transformation. But having heard your account, there is one fundamental difference that stands out. As far as I'm aware, no owl native to these lands possesses the ability to hurl rocks, large or otherwise. No doubt the Tural Vidral gained this power following its metamorphosis. I do believe, however, that it would retain an owl's core instincts. That one you fought didn't strike it unprovoked. Instead, it watched me from afar with its fear, with fear in its eyes. While this is normal behavior for most animals, I was surprised by how suddenly it descended upon me the moment I started approaching. It sensed danger and attacked preemptively. I had the same thought. The owl sensed a threat and chose to confront it rather than run from it. And this same impulse may have driven the Tural Vidral. It correlates with something I heard from one of my countrymen who had relocated to Tuliolol. He spoke of a continuation to the tales passed down from the elders. No hunter's arrow could fell the Apex. It was struck down from in a storm of its own wrath, made wild by a heart of affright. Thus was it sealed away at last. Now, judging from the owl's behavior, I can theorize that the treasure is activated when its bearer senses danger. And according to the story, this power can easily get out of hand if its bearer is panicked. Of course, this theory must be tested first. Virazon will certainly use the perch of the Apex again. When he does, I ask that you and Topike pay special attention to the circumstances leading to its activation. You have my thanks. Loath though I am to admit it, I have yet to recover from my long convalescence, and I would only be a burden to you. I wish I could aid my daughter another way, but you more than make up for my absence. Please lend her every bit of knowledge you have, Shizune. I pray that my daughter will soon return home, treasure in hand. Yeah! Pray return it to PK and give her my regards. I only hope an old man's wild theory can help you in your quest. And back to Razat Han we go. Shizune, you came just in time. Virazan has shown his face in Razat Han. You can tell me about your journey to Tuliyola later. For now, come with me. Okay. Are you surprised? Thanks to the sage counsel of a fellow hero, I have decided to doff my mask. Although my face may be unfamiliar, I believe you know who I am. I was once the Justiciar, but now you may call me Virazan. I am Thavnair's protector, its savior, its hero! You may have heard salacious rumors that I have orchestrated the very attacks which I so valiantly drive back. That I was behind the catastrophe at the Uznair canals. I am here to assure you that those are false aspersions, all cast by those who are envious of their betters. I give my life for this fair city and its people, and I would give more still if I could. What should we do? It might be best to lock him up before this gets out of hand. Wait, we don't want him raining down rocks with all these bystanders around. For now, keep a careful eye on him. All I ask for is your respect, your adoration. A dream held by all, but realized only by the few. And I would be one of those few. I have proven myself worthy of being your savior, and now, with an entire city watching with bated breath, I shall declare my intent to reach even higher. Yes, for I can protect you all the better as your ruler. I shall retire the mantle of hero and take up the crown as the king of Razat Han. You do know the current ruler of Razat Han is a dragon, right? Hey, Vertra, you got anything to say about this? The bastard's gone mad. I wield power unassailable. With me on your throne, you would never again have cause to fear. Again, I don't think you're gonna be able to, protect this city better than a literal member of the First Brood, thousands of years old. Breathes fire. All would live in peace. All would shower me with love. They would shout it to the heavens. And from that love would spring a new Razat Han. A greater Razat Han. Enough of your lies, Virazan. The power you wield protects none but yourself. To everyone else, it brings only ruin. Of course, the road to greatness is ever paved with necessary sacrifices. Yet so long as your ruler lives, Razat Han shall know naught but prosperity. Juxtapose that with, again, literal thousands years old dragon who wept at having to kill his own countrymen when they turned into blasphemies and were a threat to his people. Couldn't bring himself to do it, had to have us put them down. You think you're better than Master Vertra? Exactly. He bore the city and its people on his back, while you look fit to collapse under the weight of your own armor. You're no leader. You're a damned joke. Does this man speak for you all? Is there not one among you who would follow me into a brighter future? But I am nothing if not magnanimous. Until you find the wisdom to accept me as ruler, I shall continue to stand vigilant as your eternal shield. Stop this, Virazon. You're only making it worse for yourself. Can't you see you've become a laughingstock? Give up this facade, and you answer for your sins. Do so now, and the Radiant Host may yet grant you mercy. My sins? Are you not the one poisoning the people against me? Do your worst, I dare you. It will only make me more powerful. I know not what is in your heart, but please end this madness. End it, and return to me, my son. You two, why are you... We should evacuate the people. What? Don't! If we fight here, there's no telling how many innocents will be wounded. Pathetic, as ever. I tire of this farce. I have declared my intent to become king of Razatan. As for you two, this is no place for a battle between heroes. We shall meet again, mark my words, and then we shall decide who is the mightier. It's me. This isn't up for debate, it's me. I earned my honor and glory. We can't risk a confrontation in the city. I might turn it into a smoking crater with my summons. I have 2 different flavors of Bahamut now. You're right, of course. As much as I hate to see Virazon walk free, we've yet to ascertain the extent of his power. For now, we must bide our time. I noticed that despite all his proclaimed love for its people, he didn't even look back at them as he retreated. Perhaps he couldn't bear to look them in the eyes. Or one of them, at least. We should speak with Virazon's father, Shizune. I mean, yeah, he is right here. That was a disaster. Virazon is truly lost. At the very least, he's committed himself to fomenting unrest within Razatan. And although he's my son, I cannot condone his actions. His words are grand but empty, and that ridiculous armor is nothing more than gaudy decoration. He is truly the embodiment of false heroism. What's more, this latest debacle has surely made him a criminal in the eyes of the Radiant Host. All I can do now is beg them to grant my son some small degree of clemency. Before you go, may I ask you something? After Virazon called down the rocks, did you see his expression? I thought it peculiar, but I'm curious as to what his father saw in that face. Aye, it was a familiar look. When I used to scold him for losing himself in make-believe, he would get that same cast in his eyes. A look of petulant rage, as if he resented me for pulling him out of his reverie and into harsh reality. He hasn't changed. Apologies, but I must go. Just as I thought. Even clad in shining armor, he can't bear to be told no. And now his childish games have taken a malevolent turn. But for now, we should return to Yedlamad. I still have yet to hear what you learned in Tuliolol, after all. Yedlamad. Yedlamad, there we go. Alright, we're gonna head back to Yedlamad, but I'm gonna wait, as usual, until after the ad break to finish this quest, and then we will do the final quest for the tank roll quest and move on to healer. Yeah, we're gonna run a little late tonight again. Hopefully we'll be done with the stream by like midnight-ish. But yeah, anyway, go grab food, grab drink, hug pets, you guys know the drill. And I will see you guys in a few minutes. Okay, we're back. It's gone a little longer than expected, but it's all good. Hey, Topeka. Now, now that we have some room to breathe, I'd like to hear about your journey to Tyrell. Did my father have anything to share? Oh, you just mean that specific journey? Okay. I'm heartened to know he's well enough to go chasing after owls and such, though I wish he'd take more care. Thank you for saving him and for bringing me his theory concerning the treasure. If it really is triggered by a sense of impending danger, it might explain why Virazon had trouble using it the first time. He wasn't truly afraid of that small fungi until it was almost upon him. It also explains how he can wield the Apex's powers despite having no training in magics. It responds to emotion, not intent. So much is falling into place. He goaded the Radiant into apprehending him because he knew that threat would be answered. You saw how nonchalantly he quit that plaza, almost as if to leaves himself to be untouchable. I think his words and deeds align with the theory well enough. As for what, that curious fragment of a story, it seemed to imply that the Tyrell Vidral lost control in a panic. Perhaps its strength grows in proportion to the danger it senses. And when that danger is too great, well... You saw what happened at the Uznair Canals and Razat Han. You were present both times, as were others who wished Virazon ill. And both times we saw stones much larger than we've seen before. Now I understand why he's so eager to face you. An opponent of your caliber will strike fear into Virazon's very core, and that fear will summon a power greater than any he's ever known. Power enough to bring a hero to her knees. I don't kneel, sorry. Or so he thinks. But we know better. We'll use that arrogance to our advantage and bring him crashing down to the earth. Although he may have to contend with falling rocks for a time, or although we may have to contend with falling rocks for a time, in a straight fight, he'll be outmatched. So we strike fast and we strike hard, until that fancy armor is nothing more than mangled steel. Although you may prefer to put your foes to sleep and whatnot, we know he has an arsenal of alchemical concoctions at his disposal. That's why I suggest a bit of good old-fashioned brute force. When have I ever given you the indication that I prefer to put my foes to sleep? While you unleash your most fearsome destructive spells, I'll be at your shield. Don't even think of holding back. I haven't! I never have! What are you talking about? I look forward to fighting by your side. Now we simply have to find a suitable arena. I shall consult the Radiant Host as to the location. Once that's decided, we'll confront Virazon for the final time. The PK is ready to tear down a false hero. Were most helpful in finding a place fit for a duel. When I saw it, even I began to believe our encounter would be one for the songs. Speaking of which, it seems your name is on the lips of all and sundry. The people already consider you the true savior of Razat Han, and believe you will bring Virazon the deceitful to justice. We apologize for putting so much weight on your shoulders, but something tells me you're used to it. I am used to it, unfortunately. The final showdown will take place in the mountain pass leading to Kaja, where great crystals will stand as witnesses to its conclusion. Suitably romantic, and suitably isolated. The Radiant Hosts have spread word throughout Thavner that a hero has arisen to challenge Virazon, and his pride will force him to answer. The entrance to the pass is at the Giant Skull grounds. Let's head there at once to await his arrival. Actually, I think Pelika's stand is closer. I really wish they had done more with Giant Skull Grounds. Like, this is a thing that was made to use crafted weapons back in A Realm Reborn, so... I mean, granted, this is Endwalker content, so of course there's stuff that I wish they had done more with, to be fair. Sramel here has opened the way towards Kaja. I'm certain Virazon will arrive before long, and then we'll wipe that arrogant grin off his face. But first, we should check our gear and gird our loins for battle. Are you ready, Shizune? Say? Oh, no. Okay. I wanted to see if he had anything quest-specific to say, but nah, he's just a dude. There he is. Through the cragged peaks of Kagda. Or Kag... I have no idea how to actually pronounce that. Desolate winds blow over the field of battle. Oh, what a fitting location you have chosen for the conclusion of this legendary rivalry. You're not my rival. I barely remember your name. I can barely say your name right. I keep wanting to talk about Varshan, the much cooler and much more worthy hero and ruler. I was right not to face you before in environs unsuited to a struggle between titans. Now my patience has been rewarded and my heart races in anticipation. We literally set a trap for you and you fell for it. I am the hunter and you are my prey. I knew you would answer our challenge. You would never be able to stomach the people calling you craven. Such boldness in the face of impending doom. Have you not realized by now that so long as I wield the perch of the apex, I am invincible? We'll soon put that to the test. You rely too much upon stolen power. It deludes you. You claim to be a savior to the people, but they have seen through your lies. Even your own father can scarcely bear to look at you. You're nothing but a small man hiding within the hollow facade of a hero. And today we tear that facade down. Will you now? You may have the medal, but have you puissance to claim the mantle? Can't claim something you don't have. Or at least can't claim from you something you don't have. Well, time to get to work. The time for words is past. Follow my lead. Yeah, hang on. Let me just open by nuking this guy with, like, the ether of a dragon. Primal. A dragon primal. I am still on Solar Bahamut, right? Yes. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Ah, I see. You have chosen to cheat. Oh. Ah! I'm so glad I'm not on Black Mage. Granted, Black Mage maybe would have had better mobility. No, get over here. I need to... There we go. You defeated them already? He says as if I haven't been fighting to kill this whole time. Oh, he lost his armor. That's cute. Whoops. I thought I'd be able to do something clever with that. I see. Let's see if I can make it in time. Yes. We've both suffered grievous wounds, have we? Are my wounds in the room with us right now? Oh, buddy, you seem to have lost some things. Where are your pants, friend? Oh, that's not good. Wait, what are the stocks from? Is it caused by something mechanical, or does it just have 3 stacks of damage up regardless? There we go. Thanks, Bahamut. He's out cold. Now to take back the treasure. What? This can't happen. A hero never fails. I must retreat. Yes, a tactical retreat. A noble retreat. So that the Justiciar may live to save another day. Please, trip on a pebble. Huh? That works. That animation. Have they used that anywhere else? That's super good. Well, that handles that. I suppose the apex wasn't finished yet. And it seems that Virazon, in his cowardly haste, neglected to look skyward. Was it an unfortunate accident? Maybe. Or maybe it was karma. Or fate delivering his just desserts. He claimed to be Razat Han's savior, yet he sowed only discontent among its people. Perhaps some days in a sunless jail will give him the time to reflect upon the error of his ways. And now, I have finally recovered the perch of the apex. I can't believe they rigged that dizzy animation and didn't use it anywhere else. They have to use it eventually, right? Or is it someplace that I forgot or haven't seen yet? The battle was hard fought. Hildebrand would be a great place for that, by the way. The battle was hard fought, but we made it through. Virazon is the responsibility of the Radiant Host now. And now that I've done what I pledged to do, I must return home and bring the good tidings to my mother and father. Yet before doing so, there are many others I must thank. In the meantime, can I count on you to meet my family at Tuliolol and for one final farewell? My parents will surely be glad to see you again. Yeah. Alright, back to Tuliolol. Why, if it isn't Shizune, I'm pleased to say I've quite recovered since last we met. Perhaps one day I'll have the chance to save you in return. Maybe. I didn't expect to see you in Tuliolo again so soon. Is PK well? Yeah, she just had some goodbyes she had to give. She really did it. And the man who stole our sacred treasure will answer for his deeds. Yeah. Father! Mother! It's good to see you. Couldn't retrieve our treasure without her. So we've heard. Yet Shizune also told us your wits and bravery were essential to your success. On behalf of our whole village, I thank you for guiding Tepike in her quest, Shizune. Now, the perch of the apex must be returned, and put under careful guard once again. The story of the Taravidral's demise proves that we are not meant to wield its power as our own. I'm sorry, Father, but I disagree. Once I return to the village, I want to tell everyone what happened in Thafnir. They need to know what the treasure is capable of, or else we risk forgetting once again. Doesn't mean you guys have to use it. I won't deny that the Apex's power is dangerous. I saw with my own eyes what happens when it's wielded with abandon. Yet during the course of our search, I also saw potential. If we fully understood how it worked, we could use it without risk to ourselves or other people. We could turn something we once feared into our advantage, instead of letting it become obscured in legend. Or you guys could just keep passing down the stories of what it actually does and not use it, and risk concussing people. I can see the reason in that. We must be ever ready for danger, even in times of peace. Should our safety be threatened, the treasure may grant us a means to protect ourselves. But can we be trusted to use it responsibly? Great power breeds great desire. Someone with the same ambitions as Virazon may arise again, perhaps from among our own. I dare say that once I've regaled them with the rise and fall of the Justiciar, they'll think twice before following in his misguided footsteps. As our forebears relied on the legend of the Taravidral's fate to forbid the treasure's use, we can rely on the story of Virazon's fate to urge caution. And this time, we have someone who lived through it to tell the tale. Yeah, I don't think the people who would use it for evil purposes are going to care about cautionary tales, but it's a nice dream to have. Of course, if I'm going to be guiding people in safe use of a potentially dangerous treasure, I see no choice but to inherit my father's position as its guardian. Some may raise their eyebrows at the prospect of loose-lipped Tepike serving as the perch of the Apex's protector, but I've grown from my mistakes. How about having more than one protector? And who better to tell the tale of Virazon's and Tepike's failures? What if you guys worked in teams, so that way if one of you got knocked out, the other one could step in? Have you thought of that? Maybe a mage and somebody who uses a sword and shield. Your only mistake was in trusting Virazon, the same as I and many others. But unlike him, you have the willpower to overcome your own failings. Over the course of your long and arduous journey, you gained a wealth of experiences, and your efforts have finally been rewarded. You took responsibility for your actions, and by so doing, proved your conviction to your people. They shall listen to this proposition with open minds, I am certain. Now we must say farewell, and as much as it pains me to do so, I owe you a debt I could never hope to repay. Once I return to the village, I'll do my utmost to protect the treasure we worked so hard to retrieve. Until next we meet, may fortune smile upon you. Yeah. Have a safe journey home. and now to close things out with the healer quests. Yeah, reach for the apex, and now... healer, and then I'll never have to touch either of these jobs, any of the Arcanist-related jobs, ever again until next expansion. Nipine's gaze is transfixed upon the crowds until he spies you. What business do you have with me? Baruch Gavu told me you needed help. Ah, my apologies. You were Baruch Gavu's guest, were you not? I am Nipine, and I have journeyed far from the northern valleys of Shoktaral to reach this grand city. Tell me, traveler, what is your name? I'm Shizune. Shizune. Rest assured, I shall remember it. A shame that we must meet under these unfortunate circumstances. My village's prized possession was among the treasures stolen by the passage of the Unbound. It is known as the Heartsting, and the soul of a dread scorpion, one of the Taral Vidral, is sealed within. The creature once hunted its prey using an array of toxins produced within its body, and was a menace to all. Those granted the Heartsting's gifts may wield this fearsome power as they see fit. We believe the thieves have already taken it across the ocean to Eorzea, and it will doubtless wreak havoc in the wrong hands. Thus, I seek a healer to remedy any harm wrought by the Heartsting's toxins in that faraway land. I won't mince words. You are precisely the sort of woman I seek, and we must act quickly to avoid the worst. Will you lend us your aid? Aiding those in need is what I do best. Fine, but don't expect any miracles, because I'm not exactly a good healer. You have my gratitude. To the matter at hand, then. While I was making inquiries here in Tuliolol regarding the thieves' whereabouts, some Eorzean merchants told me a rather intriguing tale. Specifically, those returning from Limsa Lominsa bring fell tidings. Tales of able-bodied men and women suddenly losing their vision. An all-too-familiar account, as the Heartsting allows mastery over all manner of poisons, including those that inflict temporary blindness. A great deal of training is required to properly utilize the Scorpion's gifts, but the blinding toxin is one of the simplest to wield. It seems to me the brigands are the masterminds of these strange incidents, harnessing the treasure's power for their own nefarious ends. Loshkana, the village elder's daughter, makes for Limsa Lominsa in the pursuit of the Heartsting. I intended to set sail with her, but my foot was badly injured by a strange mechanical doll during the thieves' ambush. Loshkana insisted I remain here to recover, and she would not take no for an answer. So send a different healer! Why did you guys need to outsource? I must ask that you cross the sea in my stead and provide Loshkana your aid. Considering that our enemy wields deadly poisons, the danger is too great for her to face alone. Based on when she departed, I presume she's arrived at her destination by now. She boarded a merchantman captained by a woman named Balbrida, who is primarily based in Limsa Lominsa. She may be able to help you locate Loshkana. Once you arrive in Limsa Lominsa, seek out a woman named Balbrida at the docks. She will surely point you in the right direction. Okay. Limsa. I tried really hard to have the healer quests be involved in the thumbnail for tonight's stream. The problem is, it's Hatching Tide, and there's decorations everywhere. And that is why I was forced to use the caster quests and go to Thavnair. As yeah, all of Limsa is covered in egg. Excuse me, have you seen a lady? I don't have any other description other than that she's a woman. These people are really bad at setting me up or like sending me to find their people. Hi, I'm Valbrita, and if you were planning to sell your healing services to me and my crew, don't. The ship ain't setting sail for a while, or for a short while. Eh? Looking for a Tirali woman named Loshkana. Aye, she made the crossing with us, trying to retrieve some sort of treasure, as I recall. I told her Alker's Alley was her best bet for the latest chatter, so you may find her wandering thereabouts. Keep an eye out for a Huron lass in a red tunic carrying a spear on her back. She can't have gone too far. That is the best description anybody's given me of any of these characters. You're like to find Loshkana wandering about Hawker's Alley. Remember, Huron lass, red tunic, big spear. But like, can I get a hair color, height, Midlander, or like more of a Midlander or an Uplander build? Highlander, not Uplander. That is Gobby speak. Midlander or Highlander? Hair color, eye color. Any distinctive features? The description we got of what's-her-face in the tank quest with the red hair and the scar and the mole and the eye color, that's the best description they've given me in these quests. Also, long hair or short hair. Otherwise, I'm asking everybody wearing a red tunic and a spear if they're Loshkana. Are you Loshkana? Oh, hello there, stranger. Can I help you? Yeah, I'm looking for Loshkana. Nipene sent you to help me, or help, did he? Seeing as I've hit something of a dead end, your timing couldn't be better. I suppose that proper introductions are in order. Or are in order then. I am Loshkana of Shok Taral. And you are? Shizune of Eorzea. A pleasure to meet you, Shizune. With that, we're strangers no longer. I'm not sure how much Nippene's already told you, but I assume you'll want to hear more about the day of the theft. My father and Nippene had just set a trap using one of the Heartsting's toxins, and were on their way to return the treasure to its resting place. But an evil presence stirred in the wilds that night. Mechanical dolls with great glowing eyes leapt from the shadows and gravely wounded them both. My father survived the encounter, thankfully, but he was unable to give chase, and convalesces now in my home village. The culprits' faces eluded him in the darkness, but he heard two voices, a man's and a woman's. He recognized neither, so we're certain they aren't from our village. Whoever those two were, they must have been the ones controlling the dolls before making off with the Heartsting. Brukevu said they're part of the Passage of the Unbound, but I'm afraid that's all I know of the culprits. Still, that may change if I can ascertain the cause of the recent blinding incidents that have occurred here. Unfortunately, I haven't had much luck asking around. The thought of addressing even one person here is, well, overwhelming when you're from a remote village like mine. The few I've attempted to speak with were too busy to even listen to them in the first place. Why did they not send somebody who's more of an extrovert / assertive? You, on the other hand, look ready to take on the world. Or at least the city. I'm sorry to ask this of you so soon after we've met, but could you help me gather the latest hearsay at the markets? I suppose. Many, many thanks. I'll search the quieter districts for clues in the meantime. and hopefully not get myself lost along the way. Good luck! Let's see here. Closest etherite. This way. Ah! Right, yes. Okay. The recent chaos in the markets. I'm told the Yellow Jackets have been thoroughly investigating the matter in cooperation with the Adventurers Guild. If you're in a hurry, there's a Yellow Jacket making her rounds by way of the Fisherman's Guild. She'd be a good one to ask. That's good information to have. Blinding incidents? I know of them. Started with some bad fruit at a stall in Ocker's Alley. A few bites, and folks suddenly go writhing on the ground like beached sea serpents, claiming they can't see a bloody thing. I don't blame him for raising hells when with the shopkeep neither. Poor sods couldn't move an ilm till the treatment came and they could see properly. The shopkeep was rightly furious about the whole ordeal, and took it up with his longtime supplier. Escalated into a real spectacle, it did. Turns out, the same problem was occurring at other stalls and with fruit from different suppliers. So it don't make sense to pin the blame on individual sellers if the whole supply chain's tainted. Even now, nobody knows what's causing it. Grim business, I tell you. Interesting, interesting. It's causing fights between merchants and their suppliers. That's potentially useful information. Why, yes, I know about the blinding incidents. I experienced it firsthand. I was rather peckish, so I purchased some fruit from a local stall and took a few bites on my way home. But before I knew it, my vision went dark. I stood there, shaking and crying, terrified of what would happen if the darkness never faded. I thought I was alone until I heard a woman nearby howling with laughter. Fortunately, I didn't suffer for long. A passing adventurer cured my sight with Asuna, and I went about the rest of my day as though nothing happened. But I haven't been able to look at fruit the same way since. Your investigation of Hawker's Alley has proven successful, but you sense there's more to be found. Seek out the Yellow Jacket on patrol, who may have further details on the blinding incidents. Okay. 12 be good. You're Shizune Daskar, aren't you? The Shizune Daskar. It's an honor to meet the realm's vaunted hero up close. Is there aught I can assist you with? I hear all sorts on my rounds, so if it's information you're after, you've come to the right person. Oh, yes, the serial blindings. They're causing a terrible ruckus around here. You know, a woman in red came this way a few moments ago to ask about the very same. I take it you two are acquainted? I assume so. Does she have a spear? Aha! I thought so. As I told her, another incident was reported yesterday morning. The victim bought fruit from a local vendor, took a few bites, then temporarily lost all vision, same as the rest. The vendor in question was last seen to the south of the Octon, so I'm headed there next to follow their trail. You're welcome to join me if it'll help your investigation. Thanks, that's very generous of you. Oh, hang on. This is not the fastest way there. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, that's the stage quest. Okay. He can't move. Shizune, is this man going to be all right? He's paralyzed. We've got to do something. But I have no talent for healing magics, and I don't have any spine drops on me either. Perhaps Asuna might do the trick. Time to find out. Better? I'm healed? I'm healed! Oh, thank the 12. And you lot, of course. Excellent work, Shizune. On behalf of the Yellow Jackets, I owe you my thanks as well. Now, I hate to ruin the mood, but I'll need to report this to my superiors. Could you tell us what transpired before we found you, sir? It was awful. Just awful, I tell you. I was walking home after another arduous day at work, minding my own business, when a Lalafellan merchant suddenly called out to me. You, my good man, look exhausted, he said. Why not soothe your weary spirit and fill your empty belly with one of the realm's sweetest apples? You've earned it. Nay, you deserve it. 'Twas a tempting sales pitch, but I wasn't keen to gamble on potentially cursed fruit. Sensing my apprehension, he proudly declared his merchandise safe to eat. He sounded sincere enough. He even took a bite of the apple himself. No tainted fruit here, he boasted. Just normal, honest-to-God's produce. So you bought the apple the merchant bit out of? Did he at least get you a discount? He sold me the apple at a reasonable discount, and all seemed well. Okay, but like, was it a, I know you're worried about fruit discount, or was it, I bit out of the apple, and so my cooties are all over it discount? That is, until I took my first bite, and numbness spread through my body like wildfire. I collapsed to the ground, struggling to speak a single word. The vendor and his fruit had suddenly betrayed me, yet I knew not how. As I fell, a woman's shrill laughter echoed from a few yalms away, and the vendor soon followed. I never saw the woman for myself, what with the whole not being able to move business. But between her laughing fits, she made mention of a heart sting or some such. Oh, you poor dear. And this woman you mentioned, you're positive she spoke the word heart sting? As surely as the wind blows. For a mercy, neither she nor her vendor friend tried to steal my belongings, but they've certainly stolen my dignity. I hope those conniving charlatans get what's coming to them. This is dangerous fruit we're dealing in. First blindness, now paralysis. But first things first, I should escort this man home. If you've a mind to pursue the perpetrators further, then have care out there, all right? Oh, there she is. There's no doubt about it then. Our thieves are at large, right here in Limsa Lominsa. The blinding toxin is simple enough to master, but it's unsettling how quickly they've learned to inflict paralysis as well. I just don't see what purpose this all serves. Were you able to learn anything of their motives? It caused fights between merchants and vendors. So they take pleasure in their victims' pain, but nothing more. At least nothing more that we know of. Whatever their true aim may be, we must discover it quickly before more victims suffer at their hands. A hunter must adapt to their environment if they wish to snare their prey. But I have so much to learn about this place. Still, I've tracked them this far, which is a good start. For the information they acquire on the Heartsting's whereabouts. When we come across any promising leads, I hope I can count on your support again. Loshkana seeks a word of advice. Say, Shizune, can you spare a moment? Maybe. I'll try to start on a positive note then. The good news is that there have been no further incidents involving poisoned fruit. I should be happy about that, but it's not exactly conductive to tracking down our thieves. Despite my best attempts, my investigation's at a standstill. Shizune! That's me. I bring news from the Coral Tower. A Lalafellan man matching the description of that fruit vendor has been or was seen leaving the city with a Huron woman. It seems they were making for Alport. We've increased patrols of late, so if I had to guess, the culprits are finding it harder to operate within the city. Seems we've forced them to withdraw for the time being. Aleport, you say? That's on this island, isn't it? Yes, that's right. It's possible to go on foot, but the ferry by the Fisherman's Guild can take you straight there. While we Yellowjackets must continue to keep an eye on things here, it's reassuring to know an adventurer of Shizune's caliber is on the case. If you plan to pursue the suspects, Aleport's your best bet. Thanks for the tip. That said, I should get back to work. It was an honor to meet you and your friend, Shizune. Safe travels to you both. And give those crooks a good thrashing for me. Yaha? The city's protectors place so much trust in your abilities. I'm lucky to have you on my side. You have no idea. When I first set sail for Eorzea, I feared I'd never see the heart sing again. But we're one step closer to bringing it home. In any event, we'd best find our way to the port town before that pair of troublemakers defiles another fruit supply. In Aleport, I'd be more concerned about them potentially messing with the alcohol supply, honestly. I'll go on ahead and take the ferry. Meet me in Aleport once you're ready. Alright, to Aleport we go. I forgot that those two just like hang out there. I think they're for leaves. I think they're the leaf turn-in NPCs here. Ah, there you are, Shizune. You're a welcome sight among such unfamiliar scenery. The ferry skipper was eager to teach me all about this area on the ride here, so I believe I have a general idea of what's what. Wouldn't want to lose my bearings on a hunt this important. I asked him about our merchants, but he said he hadn't seen a pair like that. The skipper did mention another merchant, though, one who's well-versed in the comings and goings of his fellow traders. If anyone sighted our unlikely duo, it's him. Let's hope it's enough to put us on the culprit's trail again. The merchant we seek should be peddling his wares by the gates to Skull Valley, so let's start there. Okay, we're gonna get as much of this quest done before the ad break starts, but I am getting a warning. So, just so people are aware. He matches the skipper's description. I think we've found our merchant. Can I help you? Yeah, we're looking for a pair of merchants that have been poisoning people. A Lalafella and a here are traveling together. Aye, I've spied him. Though I'd never seen him before, they certainly made an impression. They sold some potions and elixirs to a pair of fresh-faced adventurers. Uh-oh! On the cheap, from what I could tell. Uh-oh! If those merchants really are our culprits, then those potions are most likely tainted with toxins. Toxins, you say? That don't bode well. The adventurers who bought him, a marauder named Wilselm, and a conjurer named Zirig, already left for their next job. Said they were escorting one of the local farmers over to Swiftperch. They're good lads, the two of them. They've made, they've been making life easier for the small folk here ever since they arrived. And I'd hate to see something happen to them. Someone needs to warn him about those potions right quick. Leave that to us. Swift purchase southeast of here, yes? Let's find them before the poison takes hold. Right. And we will do that right after this commercial break. So yeah, you guys know the drill. As always, go grab your snackies, go grab your hydration juice of choice. And I will see you guys on the other side of the ads. I'm just gonna fly over there while we still can. Fly, fly, fly. There they are. And yeah, I'll see you guys on the other side of the ad break. All right, we're back. So, oh right, I forgot these are healer quests. So I have to remember how to DPS on Scholar. That thing I'm definitely good at. That's a healer, right? Okay, right. Hang on. No, I know what I need to do. I'm gonna dot these guys. There we go. Okay, I'm remembering how I have my skills laid out now. Oh, whoops. That's not right. There we go. Stay on your guard, Shizune. We're being watched. I can't stop these blasted hiccups. Please, you must aid Wilson. Or Wislam. Or Wilson. Oh my god, I can't say his name. That was too bloody close for for comfort. Thanks for saving our arses, lass. It's what I do. It's how I got my start. Are you guys alright? Never fear. Shizu is here. Phew. Thank the gods you found us when you did. Those potion sellers must have swindled us. One draft of elixir was all it took to send Zirig into the most furious fit of hiccups I've ever seen. Poor bastard couldn't cast a single spell. Who are you calling a poor bastard? If the heart sting's toxins are at work here, we should be able to cleanse them with Asuna, just like last time. I'm sorry, did you say... Oh, sod it. We'll have plenty of time to chat after Zirig stops hiccuping up a storm. I hate to ask more of you, but if you could cast Asuna on my partner, it'd be much appreciated. If the heart sting's toxins are at work here, you should be able to cleanse Zerig's hiccups with Asuna. While you do, I'm going to keep watch. I have a feeling our troubles aren't over yet. Hey, Emery! They sounded legit. It's because I was doing actual hiccups. As long as a quest doesn't make me cough, because then sometimes my allergies kick in. But thank you! Glass in red said Asuna would cure Zirig, right? Go on then. He's stubborn, aye, but he won't bite. Gods, this is embarrassing. That's not the right spell. Wait, hang on. Have I mentioned I don't actually heal? But Shizu, you have all your jobs at 100 on your main. Yeah, that's what Frontlines is for. I can speak again. You have my thanks. You're welcome. Bloody hells. First we waste our hard-earned coin on poison potions. And now there are killer mammoths on the loose. What's the world coming to? I mean, this is after the final days. You're really asking that? Who goes there? Show yourself. Oh me, oh my! Our spiel-wielding friend is sharp of eye. You're the frauds from Ailport. Why, yes. And watching your scrawny compatriots suffer was the highlight of our day. I admit the poison was meant to silence him, but hiccups? 'Twas comedy at its finest. Perhaps the elixir reacted with the venom. Regardless, we've had our fill of fun from the results, so I shan't complain. Venom? Then you must be the thieving cowards from the Passage of the Unbound. Oh, my sweet fairy apple, you know us? I suppose that means we're famous. I can't believe it. Oh, who am I kidding? Yes, I can. Indeed, I am the Passage of the Unbound, alchemist extraordinaire, the illustrious Eleret, and I'm so very, very pleased to make your acquaintance. Kokanoa, at your service, Eleret's helping hand and master of mammoths. Your garb is ever so familiar to me, my dear. Ah, don't tell me. You hail from that little village in Tyrol, don't you? My goodness, you've come a long way. How was the voyage? Enjoying the sights? Enough! You've got a lot of explaining to do, starting with the reason you took the heart sting. Is this part of your organization's grand scheme? Well, well, the apple bites back. 'Tis true that my unbound compatriots harbor lofty ambitions, yes. But I have no interest in overthrowing nations. I merely crave the mires of chaos they've promised me. I aim to bring more laughter into this dreary world, one mischief, and a few handy poisons at a time. Kokanoa and I are having oodles of fun expanding our repertoire of toxic treats. Yet there's no greater kill to our thrills than a healer who can whisk our hard work away. Unless, of course, I master a toxin even she can't cure. Ooh, I do love a challenge. Now, I hate to leave you, my dears, but our work here is done, and we have a busy schedule ahead of us. Mammoths to mend, venomous misdeeds to master. Ta-ta for now. That can't hurt me. I'm friends with Nashu. No, wait, damn you. Ugh, that stench. Smells like a corpse just shat itself. How incredibly specific. This odor is too much to bear. Take me home to the 12's Wood, Wilson. The air is clearer there. Oh no, don't you dare give out on me, Zerig. You've still got a job to do. We mustn't keep our client waiting any longer. But we're in your debt. Thank you again for everything, Miss... Loshkana. And this here is Shizune. Take care of each other out there. Yes, that Shizune, by the way. Maybe you've heard of me. Maybe you've heard of me. Oh. Much as I'd like to track down the Unbound, I know better than to tread further into their territory without a plan. For now, I think it best we return to Limsa Lominsa. Who the fuck said this was their territory? Excuse me? Oops, wait. Back to Limsa. Thank you for the support back there, Shizune. Asuna truly does work wonders. And that Eleret, I can't stop thinking about what she said. My blood boils knowing that this is all some sick game to her. How dare she toy with the heart sting for her own amusement? Honestly, even the youngest children in my village have no more sense. Still, we did make progress. Now that the villains have revealed themselves, it'll be easier to give chase when they choose to make their next move. In any case, I'll keep you apprised of the latest news as soon as I hear it. We'll be back into the hunt before long. Loshkana is staring wistfully into the horizon. Oh, it's you, Shizune. You'll have to forgive the dour mood. I don't understand it. How is it that Eleret and Kokonoa can so grandiosely reveal their names and identities, yet I remain unable to track them down? I've been following the latest hearsay, but I haven't had much luck. Not a soul's seen them since the incident with Wilhelm and Zarig. Wilhelm and Zarig. But that's not to say I've given up entirely. Now that they know I'm on their trail, I suspect they're using my unfamiliarity with this island to their advantage. I dare say they're lying low outside the city. That's why I propose a trip to the Marabi dry docks. Folk here often speak of it, but I've yet to go there myself, so it seems as good a place as any. If you're game, I'll meet you there. Oh, I am very familiar with the Marabi dry docks. I've done Island Sanctuary on 2 characters. I am very familiar with the Marabi dry docks. Aw, Alpha and Omega aren't here today. Sometimes I come here, and they're hanging out right here. Where in the hells could he have gone? Ah, there you are, Shizune. While I was waiting for you, this fellow came asking for help. Sorry to trouble you, but my little brother's gone missing, and I could use a hand finding him. He said he wanted to see the ships I made, so I started showing him around. But the next thing I knew, he was gone. Lad's probably got himself lost. Oh, that poor dear. I know we still have the heart thing to consider, but I'd like to search for this man's brother, if that's all right with you. Yeah, sure, it's adventurer's work. Much appreciated. I'm sure we'll find him all the faster with your help. You have me thanks. Me brother wouldn't say boo to a ghost, or to a goose. Stand. Alright, hang on. Oh. A wire came loose on my computer. Unfortunately, it's just one of my monitors, but... Okay. Huh? Whenever I elevate my desk, it always have to be careful. Sometimes one of the cords comes loose. Alright. Alright. We're all good. You have me thanks. Me brother wouldn't say boo to a goose, so I doubt he'd leave the docks on his own. He's got a mop of red hair like mine, so you'll know him when you see him. We'll keep an eye out. I know you're itching to search for him as well, but could I ask you to wait here in case he comes back? Let's split up so we can cover more ground. Good luck! To be fair, your brother, quote-unquote, not saying boo to a goose, makes him smart, because those things are terrifying, and if Final Fantasy XIV ever sends us to, like, whatever Fantasy Canada is, I will be incredibly disappointed if it doesn't include geese and moose as mooses as enemies, just like out in the wild, vicious fiends that attack us. One of the hunts should be a giant moose that tramples all who come in or get in its way. Slightly related, but I have been off and on working on a homebrew world for D&D, and it does in fact have mobs such as the the dire goose and the dire moose and the golden dire goose. I'm scared. Where are you? Hey there, little butt guy. Oh, I think your brother sent me to find you. Huh? You're here to take me back to my brother? Yeah, huh? Let big sister take you back to safety. You found the little one, Shizune. I'm so glad he's safe. Me too. I just wanted to see the ships my brother was working on. I thought I could see him better from higher up, but I lost my way. How? This place is a circle. It sounds like you've had quite the adventure. But you were very brave today, so I'll tell you a secret. Even grown-ups get lost. I have an awful time learning my way around somewhere new, even with a map. To be fair, so do I. Really? Go through my VODs sometimes, guys, and count how many times I teleport someplace and then run in completely the wrong direction. Especially in the Gold Saucer, or Yulmore. I guess I'm not the only one. A smile. We like to see those. Now, your brother's very worried about you. So can you promise me you won't go wandering off on your own again? I promise. I should say sorry to my brother, too. Let's take him back, then. Yes, let's. But no, seriously, of all the places to get lost in, there's stairs over here, there's stairs over there. If you're me, you can take the shortcut. I say as I almost go in the wrong direction. I was worrying myself sick over that little one. We could have fallen into the ocean, or he could have fallen into the ocean for all we know. Brother! You're lifesavers, both of you. You deserve a proper reward, but I ain't got much to offer at the moment. Please, your gratitude and adoration is payment enough. Oh, we're in no need of coin. Just some information, if you have it. I mean, coin is also nice. Have you seen a Huron woman and a Lullafellan man around the docks in recent days? One is an alchemist, and the other a goldsmith. They'd likely have a few mammoths with them as well. If not, have you heard any rumors of food or drink that causes ailments when you consume them? Blindness or numbness, perhaps? Afraid I haven't seen or heard anything or anyone like that. Sorry I couldn't be of more help to you. That's all right. Knowing they haven't been around the docks is equally helpful. Well, that's good at least. I'll be praying to the navigator you both find who you're looking for. Anyway, the two of us ought to be heading home. Thanks again for everything. Good fortune and safe travels to you both. Still no word of the Unbound, but at least we could help those brothers. Children often let their curiosity guide them, which means they'll naturally wander off on their own adventures. I don't blame that man for worrying as much as he did. Something tells me you speak from personal experience. I do, in fact. I'm the oldest sibling in my family. I can't tell you how many times I've had to search for my brothers and sisters when they were growing up. Now that I think on it, I've barely even told you about my family, or my village, or anything, really. I'd be happy to share a few stories if you'd like. The ocean view here is beautiful. So we may as well enjoy the scenery and relax a bit. My people hail from the northern valleys of Shaktaral. We're a close-knit community of hunters, for the most part. Children are given spears, well, practice ones, before they even learn to walk, and we hone our tracking skills from a very young age. Is it that surprising? It seemed second nature to me. But then again, I've encountered my fair share of surprises here as well. Our village rests in a veritable sea of poisonous plants and animals, so the slightest injury on a hunt can prove deadly. Thus, we believe it prudent to begin our training as early as possible. Yet no matter how skilled we might become, accidents are inevitable, and the heart sting proves vital at to our survival. Not only does it produce poison, it cleanses it as well. In the right hands, it can dispel some of the deadliest natural toxins known to mankind. It even purifies the beasts we hunt. In fact, our diet consists of highly venomous creatures, ones that would normally kill a grown adult if ingested. The heart sting allows us to lead a quiet, peaceful life in lands where others dare not tread. It always has. I suppose that's why I never imagined someone like Elleret would take that away from us. When I left, our village food stores were well stocked, but I can't bear the thought of my younger brothers and sisters going hungry. I must return the heart sting as soon as I can, for their sakes. I mean, your tribe could just move someplace safer, worst case scenario. I wish to bring back their smiles and make them feel safe again, just as we did for that young boy. In any case, thank you for listening. Thinking of home puts me in good spirits. As long as I remember who and what I'm here for, I'll be all right. I know it. But I've kept you long enough. I think it's time we made our way back to Limsa, don't you? Yeah, sure. Okay. That was a much-needed reprieve, but we'll need to plan for our next destination, and soon. Well now, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hey, you two. It's good to see you two again. What brings you to Limsa? Nothing of import, really. Just a bit of restocking before our next job. But we happened to spot you along the way. Didn't want to miss the opportunity to greet our heroes. Our client arrived to Swift Perch in one piece, thanks to your timely assistance. Indeed. While I regret that you had to see us in such a pitiable state, we're both grateful for your aid. When last we met, you spoke of pursuing those two charlatans, did you not? Yes, that's right. They've stolen a precious heirloom from my village, so I'm doing everything in my power to return it to its rightful place. So that's the way of it. Bombastic as those two are, we've not seen the hide nor hair of them in Aleport since. No word of any incidents like ours either. But I have a feeling they won't stay in the shadows for long. If we sniff out any suspicious incidents while we're out and about, we'll keep you informed. I won't say no to some extra pairs of eyes around the island. I've made my base of operations here in the city, so if you hear even a peep about a poisoning, you know where to find us. We may not have found any leads on Elleret, but I'm glad we had a chance to chat. And with Whistlem and Zerig on our side, things are looking up. For now, I'll keep in touch with our newfound allies. Should I hear any news on our culprits, I'll be sure to let you know. Oh. Oshkana nearly jumps for joy at the sight of you. Shizune! Am I glad to see you? I've just received word from Whistlem and Zerig. Our culprits have finally been spotted. It seems the thieves headed for Upper Lenosha. I offered to make my way there as soon as I could, but Whistlem and Zerig said I should hang back for now. Once they've gathered enough information, they'll be heading back to Elport. Let's go and see what news they have to share. Okay, and this should be level 1. Yeah, 96. Awesome. No sign of Whistlem and Zerig yet. I don't mean to assume the worst, but I admit I'm a bit worried. I knew I should have insisted on going. I don't want them injured on my behalf. I say we head out and find them. But what if they show up here when we're on our way? Miss Loshkana! Terribly sorry for the delay. See? They're fine. Whistlem! Zerig! Thank goodness. How did you fare out there? You found Elleret and Kokonoa, yes? Oh, we found them all right, but it didn't take long for them to find us. We were set upon by Kokonoa's mammoths. His mechanical menagerie greatly outnumbered us, and may very well have been our end. Death by mammoths isn't an ideal way to go, mind you, so a retreat was our only option. Cowardly though it might sound, we needed to ensure we could keep you aware of the culprit's whereabouts. Before they spotted us, they were stuffing their little metal army into a skiff bound for Camp Bronze Lake. And mark my words, they're plotting something new. Of course, it's entirely possible they seek a quiet route to Eastern Lenosha and wish to bypass Bronze Lake instead. But a thorough search of the camp would be wise. Alas, the enemy you face is far beyond our capabilities. So this is as far as Whistlem and I will be able to go. I'm sorry we couldn't provide more decisive information. Honestly, I should be the one apologizing. You've risked your life and limb for me already. I never meant to push you past your limits. You needn't dwell on it. We're as eager to bring these criminals to justice as you. Indeed. We shall at least take pride in knowing we could point you in the right direction. But we should take our leave now, or for now. Whistlem and I ran most of the way here, and I think I speak for us both when I say we could use a comfortable chair and a hearty meal. None can gainsay your strength, my friends, but I beg you not to underestimate that of our foe. Go well, and may your determination guide you to victory. We'll be fine. Somehow you've never heard of me, but I am the Shizune Daskar. Camp Bronze Lake. The ferry skipper spoke of the place my first time here. We should hurry and seek passage before Elleret and Kokonoe elude us again. Yeah, I'm also really worried about the patients there. That could be real bad. What a lovely camp. Now, if I were a half-crazed alchemist with or with the heart sting and a new scheme up my sleeve, where would I hide? Among the patients? Or disguised as one of the staff here? Ah. Is it just me, or are the pigs... Oh, it hurts to laugh. Probably said something about pigs flying or something. Pigs flying in the sky, ah ha ha ha, yep. Oh dear, that doesn't bode well. The upper levels, Shizune, quickly! Poisoning the springs! You truly are the lowest of the low. Hee hee! You flatter me. 'Twas just a little poison, really, as a treat. I'm afraid I couldn't contaminate all the water here, but we're having so much fun with our shiny new hallucinatory toxin. Step away from the spring, Shizune, now! Protecting the healer, are we? How sickeningly sweet of you! But you ought to watch your step as well, my dear fairy apple, lest you find yourself seeing stars, or, Elleret is Autumnus. Kokinoa, you look absolutely hideous! Or should I say adorable? Why, you're as bonny as a porcelain doll! She huffed her own fumes. The hells are you on about? Oh! Very interesting! Yes, very interesting indeed. I believe I may have poisoned myself. Now there's a predicament. And guess what? Dude, do you recall those antidotes I prepared at the base? Because I've forgotten to bring them! You are your own worst enemy. Do you know that? I suggest we retreat before you decide to dive headfirst into the springs for fun. Unbound scum! You think we'll allow you to walk free after all the chaos you've caused? Well, yes, actually. Have you seen Elleret? She's in no state to contend with you, and I have never been one to rough and tumble. Of course, you're welcome to give chase, provided you have no qualms about leaving these poor souls to laugh themselves senseless. Oh, retreat that we must. I would call today a rousing success. But worry not, my dear special of busybodies. We've plenty more tricks in store for you and the entire island. Phew! I don't sense any toxins in the waters anymore, so the springs should be safe again. Will the toxins affect the local wildlife? Seeing as Elleret suffered from a taste of her own medicine, I doubt she's mastered much of her Heartsting's power. As such, any poisons she produces from it would be relatively weak. Most of her handiwork has already evaporated with the steam. One might compare it to the way those awful unbound smoke bombs dissipate, and thank goodness they do. In more capable hands, however, the Heartsting's poison remains active unless dispelled with Asuna or another form of antidote. The same permanence applies to its cleansing abilities for our food. Now, there's much on my mind, but I think we've bigger problems to address first. Let's make our rounds of the camp, then talk about our next steps. I'm going to have a look around the springs to ensure the toxins are gone for good. Could I ask you to treat any victims you come across? It's literally why you brought me here. Or why I was sent to help you, anyway. Okay. Everything hurts. Someone, please, end this nightmare. This hallucinatory toxin is causing this helper fits of unending laughter. Dispel her ailment with Asuna. Much appreciated, madam. I wasn't anywhere near the water when it was poisoned, but the toxic steam must have drifted this way. When I heard the rumblings about mysterious mammoths roaming around the camp recently, I was more than a little apprehensive, but I never expected those mammoths' masters would do something so cruel. Your efforts are helping us out, or put this turmoil behind us, and for that, you have my thanks. But I can't simply let you administer this aid alone. I should tend to the remaining victims as well. Any help is appreciated. Please, please make it stop. I can't breathe. The hallucinatory toxin is causing this bather fits of unending laughter. Dispel with Asuna, yep. Oh, thank the gods! I wasn't expecting to nearly laugh myself to death at a placement for healing. But at least I can breathe easy again. I hear you're chasing after the ones who did this. You're either very brave or very reckless. I'm both, actually. But I'm inclined to assume the former. Any road, all that laughing has exhausted me, so I may as well take a break from my soap. Thank you again for your kindness, and may the navigator keep you. Up this way? Yes, there we go. What comical costumes you all wear! What humorous dances you dance! It's all too much to bear! The hallucinatory toxin is altering this bather's vision. Dispel her ailment, twist the steer knife, blah blah blah. Yep, oop, that's not the button I want to hit. You good now? My costume compatriots, they're gone. Farewell, my visions. May you revel in my memory. They say laughter is the best medicine, though I feel far worse than before. Many thanks for putting an end to it. I think I've earned myself another soap and an extra flagon of mulled wine. Pleasant travels to you, healer. Are you sure a hot bath and alcohol is the right thing to do here? Okay. As long as the staff keep a close eye on you, I guess. How goes the healing, Shizune? Wonderful. I'm glad Asuna proved effective. For my part, I've given the springs a thorough look. The toxins have dissipated completely, so the bathers should be safe from here on out. As for Eleret and Kokonoa's antics, I had a moment to reflect on everything. Now that our work is done, you have a moment to chat. Hey, if it's an alchemist and a goldsmith, shouldn't we, like, ask around in Ulda? I'm well versed in the numbing and blinding poisons we use on our hunts at home, but something kept troubling me about Eleret's toxin. I've never seen anything like it. I had no idea it even existed among the Scorpion's gifts. Eleret may be inexperienced, but the fact that she's learned to inflict hallucinations is cause for concern. Still, we should try to look on the bright side. She's yet to discover the Heartsting's cleansing properties, judging by the way she couldn't cure her own ailments. Knowing her as we do, I reckon she only has toxic trickery on her mind. How is that the bright side? Kokonoa, however, handled himself surprisingly well despite his exposure. Do you recall the man in Limsa Lominsa who ate the poisoned apple? He claimed that Kokonoa took a bite, yet never suffered its ill effects. He must have some manner of immunity, but how? I don't know why I would know this, but traditional Dunesfolk families often drink poisoned teas to build tolerance. Bit of lore for you. How intriguing. So instead of using an heirloom like the Heartsting, the Dunesfolk train their bodies to endure fatal toxins. I'd be interested to try that tea, as long as I had an antidote on hand. I didn't realize Kokonoa might have had that sort of upbringing, but it would certainly explain why Eleret's tricks don't seem to affect him. Few in my village would ever think to consume potentially lethal food or drink without drawing out on the Heartsting's power, yet the Dunesfolk do it gladly. The more I consider our differing approaches to poison, the more fascinating it becomes. But I have a feeling the bathers won't want to overhear talk of poisons after what they've just been through. Why don't we continue our discussion in Limsa Lominsa? Sounds good. Limsa. Wait, what am I doing? My meeting place with her is right over here. They put her in, like, such an inconvenient place. And I remember, when I did this on my main, it was during All Saints Week. And, like, one of the decorations kept making a sound, but it was only ever doing it when I had my back turned. And it was driving me nuts. Phew! I know I've been anxious to ascertain our thieves' whereabouts, but things escalated far quicker than I thought. Your presence throughout the whole ordeal was a welcome one, Shizune. What was not so welcome were Eleret's parting words. Whatever she has planned for the whole island, it can't possibly be good. Her acts of mischief may have only grown worse since I arrived in the city. Or her acts of mischief have only grown worse since I've arrived in the city. We must take the Heartsting back before she causes any lasting harm. Of course, it was Wisselm and Zirig's efforts that led us to Eleret, so I'll have to thank them when I get the chance. In the meantime, I'll do what I can to track down our unruly thieves, and report to you as soon as I'm able. Oshkana is carefully planning her next move. Shizune! I'm glad you're here. I'm on the cusp of a breakthrough in our search, or I'd like to think so. This won't come as a surprise, but Eleret and Kokonoa went back into hiding after the Bronze Lake incident. With all their grandstanding, I wasn't expecting them to lay low for so long, but I doubt they'll keep it that way. Fortunately, we have prior experience to guide us. Until now, our culprits have traveled all over Vilbrand, and they don't appear to be retracing their steps. I hear Costa del Sol attracts many visitors, so that seems a likely target. They say it's owned by an entrepreneur named Gegaruju. Perhaps we can ask if he spied anything out of the ordinary. Yeah, I know him. Hold on, I just remembered something. I need to talk to an NPC here, because I would like to confirm a bit of lore. Weren't you a former member... one of you. Yeah, you were a former member of the Company of Heroes, weren't you? Does it say? No. I'd have to look it up. But, like, if she was, why wasn't she involved with the role quests from Endwalker? If they were bringing back the band, they should have brought back the whole band. Yes, I am still bitter that Real wasn't in those quests. What a picturesque scenery. I hadn't expected Costa del Sol to be so grand. From what I gather, Gegaruju should be just up ahead. I don't suppose you're already acquainted with him. I am, unfortunately. For better or worse, yes, exactly. That's not very encouraging. But as long as you're on good enough terms, I'm sure we'll be fine. In any case, let's be on our way. What's up, you lech? Well, if it isn't our favorite intrepid adventurer, what business brings you to my abode? We're investigating some people who are poisoning people. Why, yes, I did spy that lovely specimen of a hurt cure. Alas, I was so entranced by her feminine wiles that I cannot recall any such an entourage of Lalafellan men or mammoths. Would that I never drank that wine she so gracefully gifted me. A single sip, and I saw oh so many stars. I thought them wonderful in those first blissful moments. I partook of the drink amongst my retinue of kittens. Yet as the rush of stars subsided, I found myself surrounded by a flock of unfamiliar faces instead. I mean, I've met your secretary. As a veteran player, I have met your secretary. I am fully aware that these are her type. At first, I presumed the wine caught up to me faster than I had anticipated. But time passed, and the unknown faces stubbornly remained. I dashed across the shore in terror. In the midst of the mayhem, I could hear her, the wine-wielding beauty, maniacally laughing in the distance with some other chap. I feared these cackles would be the last thing I ever heard. Which is precisely why I found it appropriate to slap the sense back into him. Oh, hi. Judging by the way Master Gegaruju was darting around at the time, I suspected he'd been in his cups. Drank the whole bloody bottle, too, so if you wish to investigate the wine itself, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Can you blame me? Questionability of her wine aside, that woman was immaculate. A sight for sore eyes. Any gentleman of taste would have fallen for her tricks. Maybe I'm too straight for this, but I feel like the answer to that is not really. Though we may lack the drink in question, we received reports of mammoths roaming Raincatcher Gully not long after the incident. If you intend to investigate this further, you'd certainly be doing us a favor. Any news of wayward mammoths is promising for us. We'll give the gully a look and Godspeed out there. Thanks for the help. Then our next destination is clear. But before we depart, Shizune, might I have a word? Sure. Also, Gegaruju? Sorry you got poisoned, but the way it affected you, you kind of deserved it. I'd call that karma. It was fucking hilarious. Do you have more to say before I continue the quest? To think that such a comely maiden would taint a valuable vintage just to gaze upon my terror. I know not whether to feel honored or enraged. Ah, well, 'tis better to have whined and lost than never have whined at all, I suppose. No, I don't think so. You don't have anything to say? Alright. Yeah, Gegaruju, I don't think that's true. Oh, where is he? Oh, there he is. I intend to keep a sharp eye on Master Gegaruju in the coming days, lest he accept any more dubious gifts. You have my thanks for pursuing those criminals. The faster we end their schemes, the better. Dude would probably get straight up scammed and robbed from, by a pretty lady, and he would thank her for it. Based on Gegaruju's account, it's safe to say Alaret's discovered a new poison. While similar to the hallucinatory toxin she used at Bronze Lake, it strikes terror in the hearts of its victims instead. I have a bad feeling about this. She's gaining proficiency with the heart sing at an alarming rate, so we must tread carefully when next we cross paths with her. As for the mammoths, Kokonoha doesn't seem the type to send them wandering around aimlessly. That's why I think they're bound to have some clues on them. If we can track those mammoths down in Raycatcher Gully, we may be able to discern what those two are planning next. Raycatcher Gully. Alright, let me teleport to Wineport. And we are getting our warning that an ad is upcoming. So I'm just gonna flap over to where the quest picks up. Do they not play music at... Oh, is this a normal combat thing, not a cutscene? You know, just so that I remember what job I'm on, I should probably summon my fairy. Anyway, we'll continue. You know what? If it's just beating up enemies, I can do that. Well, no, because I don't know if it's going to send me into a cutscene. I'm paranoid enough that I'm going to wait until after the ads to, continue. So, I will let the ads go, and, we'll do this quest and the final quest of these quests. Oh my god, downed by the river? Excuse me? I just noticed that. Maybe I'm too Baldur's Gate 3 brained, but, like, come on. But yeah, we're on the level 98 quest. I'm gonna hide this for now. There. So we will finish this quest, do the level 100 quest, and then that'll be it for tonight. So yeah, I'll see you guys on the other side of the ads. All right, we're back. Hey, everybody. All right, let's continue our investigation. Oh, hello. I almost tried to attack you with Bahamut. Wrong job. I just realized I could have had River out this entire time. I never realized how chunky Royal 4's sound effect was. Or maybe not chunky, but like... it's got something to it that I wasn't expecting. Phew! I think we've cleared out the mammoths. How fared your hunt? I found more mammoths. River survey notes. A comprehensive report detailing Vilbrun's every waterway. So, they've been keeping a record of the island's rivers. Oddly enough, the mammoths I came across were patrolling the river as well. Now that they've tested their poisons on Bronze Lake Springs, do they mean to take to the rivers next? Uh-oh. Watch out, Shizune! Or Shizune, watch out! My! That dart was laced with a potent numbing toxin, but nothing bruises our favorite fairy apple, it seems. You never cease to amaze and annoy me in equal measure. She is like to have the same manner of immunity as I. Her village was positively brimming with poisonous flora and fauna, after all. I have a request for you, my dears. Would you please give up on your little trinket? Pretty please? No. I wish only to revel in the fruits of my devilry, yet you continue to spoil my every attempt. And trust me, I despise our conflict as much as you do. Indeed. Do you think we enjoy watching our finest mammoths suffer at your hands? Enough! If you truly wanted to end this, you'd hand over the heart sting. The scorpion's gifts weren't meant for a petulant, childish criminal like you. Fine, then. No more Miss Nice, Ellerette. But answer me this. Who have my antics killed, Who? No one, I remind you. So why must you refuse me? Why must the world refuse me? I mean, the only reason it hasn't killed anybody yet is because I keep healing them. Our blighted society has never looked fondly upon my love of mischief. For years I despaired until my unbound family and its leader granted me the greatest gifts of all, love and understanding. So long as I remain unbound, I care not what the wretched masses think. I shall play my tricks as my heart desires, and all who stand in defiance will know my wrath. That includes you, my dears. My next scheme will finally plunge this island into the chaos I so desperately crave, and I will stop at nothing to see it realized. Sorry to worry you, Shizune. I'm feeling much better now. I'm ashamed I didn't sense that mammoth's presence quickly enough, but I'm glad you came out of the ambush unscathed. That aside, I wish they didn't use such putrid smoke to make their exits. I don't know if my nose or my stomach can take any more of those awful bombs. With Eleret and Kokonoha gone, I doubt we'll be able to find much else here. Let's return to Costa del Sol and inform them of the latest. Okay. Shall we report to Gegaruju if we must? Back already? How fortuitous. Or ominous. Or both, even. I take it you found those wayward mammoths? And that we did. Surveying Vilbrun's waterways, are they? After the recent poisoning at Camp Bronze Lake, we have reason to believe the culprits are planning to make Vilbrun's rivers their next target. So the culprits are one and the same, then. I'd had my suspicions since I caught wind of the incident at Warmwine Springs. Regardless, this bodes ill. We may not— Well, I shall not stand for any more preposterous poisonings. It would be prudent to inform the Maelstrom of these potential horrors. The one who poisoned you, her name is Eleret. She stole something precious from my village, and I must recover it no matter the cost. If you learn anything of her whereabouts or her plans in the coming days, anything at all, I'd like to hear of it as well. Hell's bent on finding her, eh? A brave one you are. Oh ho ho! I couldn't possibly deprive a lovely lady of the information she requires. Worry not, for my servants shall sally forth in your general direction the moment they hear of Eleret's newest misdeeds. Thank you. That'd be much appreciated. Girl, run! It's going to be an uphill battle, but we can't afford to let Eleret and Kokonoha elude us any further. Come, Shizune. It's back to Limsa Lominsa with us. Back to Limsa Lominsa. One more quest and I don't have to touch Arcanist jobs, Summoner or Scholar, until next expansion. It's gonna be all Bard all the time, unless for some reason I decide to play Viper. But even Viper I may not mess around with much on this character. Thank you as always for your support, Shizune. Gegaruju was interesting, to say the least. But I'm glad we obtained the information we needed. I don't know why I allowed Eleret to say her piece. I should have swallowed my pain and taken up my spear. We could have apprehended her right then and there, and yet... We'll get her next time. There's no more room for mistakes. The longer Eleret lurks in the shadows, the greater the threat becomes. Countless lives are at risk. The next time we find her, we end her tricks once and for all. For now, I'll remain here and await news from Costa del Sol. Loshkana is anxiously awaiting word from Costa del Sol. Hello there, Shizune. I've been on the lookout for anyone from Costa del Sol, but nothing yet. Perhaps we should travel over there ourselves, just in case... Mr. Shizune! Mistress Loshkana! Forgive me the sudden entrance, but I bring a message from Master Gegaruju. Your quarry has been sighted in eastern Lenosha. Oh, well, I'm glad you didn't leave, or I didn't leave early. Thank you for bringing word. Where in eastern Lenosha were they last seen? Master Whiskat, but recently received a report from Mistress Brayflox, a trusted associate of his. We're told a number of inbreakers with fighting tools and tinker dolls infiltrated her Longstop. We have little doubt that the inbreakers and tinker dolls she speaks of are Ellerat and her troop. I see. Then we'd best find this Brayflox, and soon. Indeed. You're like to find her by the entrance to her Longstop in Raincatcher Gully. My master and his associates wish you good hunting. We should get a first-hand account from Brayflox as well. Perhaps she'll have more to tell. Let's be off, Shizune. Alright. So, closest Aetheryte is going to be Wineport. And then we can just... wait. No, we can't. I was gonna... shortcut. And, like, I can still kind of shortcut, but, like... not the way I originally thought I would. Reflux! Psh! Oh! Uplander Gobby friend returns to Longstop. Yeah, I do. So this is Brayflox. I told her she reminded me of a moblin, but I got a bit of a scolding for that. Not mobbies, she said. Gobbies. Yes, gobbies. And gobbies require a hand lending to backstrike at inbreakers. Inbreakers bring big flock of tinker dolls to search for water gush. Water gush. Does Ellerat mean up to poison the island's water source? This must be why they were researching the rivers. If the toxins are strong enough, anyone or anything that draws near the water would grow terribly ill. All of Vilbrand would fall into disarray. Poison makers no good for Gobbyflock. No good for Vilbrand. Narrow hearts in need of many punishings. This goes far beyond trickery. We must end Ellerat's ambitions here and now. I doubt she'll come quietly, and she has the heart sing at her disposal. But with your aid, Shizune, I know we can make it back. As soon as you're ready, we'll storm the Longstop. Shka! Chase Narrowheart inbreakers and backtake Longstop. Yep, backtake the Longstop again. Well, this is it. Ready to storm the Longstop, Shizune? Yep. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to How Comfy Is That Floor, where today we return to Brayflox's Longstop to stop some criminals from poisoning the Vilbrand's water source. There they are. Oh, I knew bringing those bits and bobs for battle was a good idea. If you're after some manner of surrender with heartfelt embraces and handing oops, you've come to the wrong Longstop, my dear. You monster! You plan to poison every waterway in Vilbrand, don't you? But of course! The trick is to let the poison stew for a few bells. With a healthy helping of those tantalizing toxins, and a dollop of advanced alchemical processes, poof! This eyesore of an island will get a taste of my finest work yet! My latest masterpiece neither dissipates nor evaporates, and no amount of inherent immunity can save you from its influence. It may be safe to the touch, but one tiny sip will have you begging for mercy. That's no jest, by the way. I won't begin to describe what manner of havoc the experimental doses wreaked on me, but I will look forward to seeing how it affects the general populace. Oh, yes! The residents of Limsa Lominsa and its adorable little hamlets rely on this water. So very many people blissfully unaware of what's to come. And every single one of those wretches will be at the mercy of our malice. Every single one! If she unleashes those toxins into the waterways, this is going to end up far worse than Bronze Lake. Playtime's over, Ellerette. Your precious scorpion once hunted prey with these poisons, yes? Perhaps I should learn from its example and revel in the thrill of the chase. I suspect that's my cue to back away. I'd rather watch the chaos unfold from a safe distance. These venomous gifts keep on giving. My very ether is infused with their essence. So now, my dears. It's time I hunt you for a change. Okay, she's gonna lead the charge. I focus on healing. I am going to... Whoop. Oh. Ooh. What? Uh-oh. Ow. That wasn't the button I wanted to hit. Oh boy. Can I rescue her? Will it let me? No. Boo. No fair. I want to be able to rescue her. Ruh-roh, does she have a little headache? Oh, there's 3 of them. Let me shield you. Oh god, your HP? Okay, you're okay. I'm just hitting buttons because I can, honestly. Whoop. Oh gosh, her HP! Oh, my MP is in trouble. Let me cleanse you. Cleanse myself. There we go. We're probably fine, right? Oh, your HP is not looking good. we do it? Did we do it? Are we okay? Did we live? We live. For now. Come on. Oh, she had a little oopsie poopsie, didn't she? Oh no. Did her little artifact backfire on her? Is she feeling shicky wicky? Enough, Elleret! We must escape while we still can! A smoke bomb! Quickly! Ugh! Fine! Have it your way! Oh, wait! That's a goblin made... Yeah? One final oopsie poopsie. Also, not beating the Team Rocket allegations. No, no, no! You'll rue the day you made enemies of the Unbound! She's left quite the mess behind her. Nothing the heart sting can't detoxify, though. Let's hurry and clear away the poison. There you are, Shizune. We came running once we heard the explosion, but I'm pleased to see you're none the worse for wear. Yeah, I'm all good. Elleret and Kokonoha picked up the wrong explosive. We should consider ourselves fortunate that goblin bombs resemble unbound smoke bombs. Shh-go! Gobby-boons and friendly faces win the day. Inbreakers go flying skyward. We made our rounds of the long stop as well. The enemy mammoths patrolling the place have all gone lifeless. Your treasure is safe, I trust. Yes, thanks to Shizune's support. Very good. Should those troublemakers survive the impending fall, they won't pose the same threat without it. If they do happen to show their sorry faces round here again, I've notified the Yellow Jackets to be on the lookout for them. They send their regards, and their deepest gratitude, of course. Oh, big thanks to Uplander. Many big thanks. The heart sting is safe again. Thank you for everything, Shizune. And thank you, too, Braveflocks. We might not have found Elrit and Kokonoa without you. Shh! Brayflock's happy gives hand lending. Important for all good gobbies to offer hand lending to fellow good gobby friends. It's an honor to be counted among your gobby friends. Now, as eager as I am to get the heart sting safely back to Toral, I'd like to say my goodbyes to everyone here first, if that's all right. Miss Solman and Zirig deserve to know about how everything transpired in the end, for one thing. Shall we make our way to Elport? Yaha. Shizune! It's good to see you and Miss Loshkana as well. Yeah. I'm relieved our troubles are over, but I've never been good at farewells. Well met, you two. How fares the hunt for Elrit? We found her! Sent them flying, did you? Now those are what I call good tidings. To think they'd confuse a goblin explosive for their own smoke bombs. Ha! Serves them right, I say. With Miss Loshkana's heirloom returned, we can breathe a collective sigh of relief. I, for one, am pleased that there will be no more risk of poisoned elixirs. I wouldn't have wished those hiccups on my worst enemy. By the by, Miss Loshkana, I knew you traveled far to get here, but I didn't realize you hailed from Toral. That's quite a voyage. Will you be heading home soon? Yes, that's right. Vilbrind is a fascinating place, but my village is probably worried sick about me. And the Heartsting too, of course. Though your time here was short, you'll be sorely missed. We still have much to learn, but one day, perhaps we might find our way to Toral as well. Oh, that would be wonderful. And when you do, I'll look forward to hearing all about your adventures. And you! We had a feeling you were no ordinary adventurer. Imagine our surprise when we learned you were the savior of the realm herself. How many Shizune Daskars have you heard of? One of our Yellow Jacket acquaintances boasted about meeting the Warrior of Light while investigating the serial poisoning. And that's when it dawned on us. She sends her regards, by the way. I mean, okay, in fairness, in my, lore that I have written about this character, her name isn't really Shizune. Shizune is her sister. So if you've heard of two, fair enough. But, that's not canon to the game itself. We've moms to go before we reach your lofty heights, but God's willing, we'll try to rise to the challenge. Good luck. Indeed, you've given me much to aspire to as a fellow healer. Don't aspire to be like me. I play a DPS to power level my healer. And I shall do my utmost to follow in your shining example. Please do not. Be well, you two. And may we meet again on distant shores. Thank you both for your help. I'll never forget it. It's time I returned to Tuliolol. It would mean the world to me if you'd come too, Shizune. I wouldn't want to report our success to Nippine without you. I mean, I need to go back to Toral anyway, because Sunday, we're continuing MSQ. Sooner or later, we'll be taking our adventures elsewhere. And when we do, I hope we'll cross paths with you. You are an inspiration to healers the realm over, Shizune. Together with Whistle, I hope to dedicate what ability I have to aiding those around me, as you have helped us. Alright, back to Tuliolol. Here we go. Loshkana and Shizune as well. Your combined presence here can only mean one thing. Shizune and I have brought the Heartsting home. So you have. I regret that I could not assist you, but I am relieved that all is well. Words cannot express my gratitude to you both. Taking back the Heartsting was no easy task, but I learned a great deal on my journey to Eorzea. One of the Unbound, a man called Kokonoa, possessed an inherent immunity to poison built up by years of regularly ingesting small amounts. Rather than relying solely on the scorpion's gifts to detoxify us, perhaps we might learn from those traditions and build up a stronger immunity of our own. It would be prudent to prepare ourselves in case something like this ever happens again. If we're to continue living among the deadly, perhaps it's time we found new ways to overcome the challenges we face. I mean, with trade and, like, more communications being opened up between Tural and Eorzea, maybe you guys could talk to people from Sharlayan and Ul'dah about it. Throughout my life in the village, I thought I knew everything there was to know about the Heartsting, but I now understand that the Scorpion's gifts can easily become a curse in the wrong hands. Its power can poison a single water source, threaten countless lives on a whim. Yet at the same time, its detoxifying powers can save just as many. I began to wonder, could the Heartsting provide succor outside our village? Should it? Or will the risks prove too great? I mean, if you can use it to clean dirty waterways and make more potable water, that'd be incredible. Excellent questions, all. Knowing that the Heartsting is capable of outside our borders, we must consider this carefully for the future of our people. I am certain your father will wish to speak more of it upon our return. As you can see, our community has much to consider if we're to keep thriving. But for the moment, I'm simply glad the Heartsting is back in Tural, and I can't thank you enough for your help. Until I met you, I'd never hunted out alongside a healer. But knowing I had your support filled me with courage. Yours is a heartening presence, one I'm going to miss dearly. You have my gratitude and my trust, Shizune, now and forever. Yeah. That as much as I'd like to, I won't keep you any longer. Nippine and I have a long trek home. I wish you all the best, and I know we'll meet again someday. Yeah, maybe. And that is the last of the Dawntrail role quests. Yay! And I'm free from healing on this character until next expansion. Yay! Which means in general between this character and my main, I'm free from healing until next expansion. Yay! Wait, I'm leveling it. Well, I'm leveling up Astro, because don't worry guys, I didn't forget that I promised to level Dragoon and Astro. But like I'm doing that mostly through front lines these days, and so I won't have to worry about that until I get to the point where I want to do the job quests on stream. But yeah, anyway, that's it for tonight. Hopefully this will be the last of the really late night streams for a while. But in the meantime, thank you everybody so much for joining me. If you haven't already, please hit that follow button, subscribe on YouTube, subscribe on Twitch. If I'm at 100 subs at the end of March, we will do a repo stream in, or next month with members of the community. And yeah, I'll be back on Sunday with more Final Fantasy XIV. We will be doing 7.1 MSQ. Next Tuesday and Wednesday, starting at 7:30, we will also be doing more Final Fantasy XIV. We will be doing the first Dawntrail Alliance raid on Tuesday, and Hildebrand and other side quests Wednesday, and also if we have time on Tuesday as well. I hope unlocking and doing the Alliance raid doesn't take 3 hours. But yeah, Tuesday Alliance raid, what's left of Tuesday, and then Wednesday will be side quests, including Wednesday will be Hildebrand. Also, send me your thoughts, prayers, energy, what have you. Next Wednesday is Luca's ultrasound for another follow-up regarding his cancer. I am Jewish, and next Wednesday also happens to be the first night of Passover. So I'd very much like if the cancer could pass over my cat once again. Please and thank you. I may not be a religious Jew, but I'm all for Luca being Hashem's little baby boy. Anyway, that's enough joking around. Let's find somebody to raid. Who is where and doing what? What's G up to? Hang on. Okay. Here, we're gonna raid, Dotori NPC. She is currently in post Stormblood. We haven't raided her in a while, so yeah, let's go say hello to her. Oh, looks like she just, oh, did she just finish? Oh, hang on, she's on the credits. I'm worried that she's about to wrap up stream in that case. So you know what? Let's actually, hang on. Let me actually see what people are doing so that I don't accidentally, oh, you know what? No, we'll raid Dotori NPC. Either she's still streaming or she will hopefully send you guys to somebody cool. Nope. I'm in the wrong section. There we go. Raid. Good for, oop. Nobody saw that. All right. Anyway, I'll see you guys all on Sunday for 7.1 MSQ. And until I see you all again, you have a good night. Stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. Bye-bye.